Chapter 810. Chu Feng wore a silver bracelet and sat cross-legged on the ground. Meanwhile, an extremely small child was currently hanging on his chest. He was grabbing the collar of his clothes formed from soul light and was fighting him to the death. He was completely anxious. "Give me back my black talisman. Boundless, heavenly, venerable, Amit Ba, I'll fight it out with you." This scene was somewhat comical. A little fellow that should not have been born, yet was fighting with Chu Feng, grabbing the collar of his soul armor. His eyes were spitting fire, and he could not wait to flip Chu Feng over. This damn child's little feet kicked randomly. His little hands scratched randomly. His hands grabbed at Chu Feng's body, as if he was climbing a mountain. He grabbed at Chu Feng's collar and refused to let go. His eyes were red. Mother Faster's cur, backstabbing is too shameful. In my 2 lifetimes, no one has ever dared to scheme against me like this. This is the first time I've suffered a setback, and now you've become my father. Without a doubt, he was furious and wanted to tear Chu Feng apart. Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin were dumbstruck. Even with their cultivation and temperament, they were still stunned at this moment. This child was fighting to the death with his father? I really don't understand kids these days. They're too precocious. One look and you can tell that he's an unfilial son. How old is he to start a war with his own father? The silver-haired little Lolita had the air of an elder. She pretended to be deep in thought as she sighed. She didn't realize at all that she was also in the same category. After the little Taoist heard this, he was really 120 unconvinced. It was as if his heart was on fire because he had been suppressing that gloomy air ever since he was reincarnated. It could be said that this gloomy air had penetrated through 2 lifetimes. Now, he finally discovered the main character. It was like an oil well encountering a raging inferno. His soul light was about to boil. What do you know? Do you know how hateful he is? He owes me great karma. The little Taoist cried out. Unfortunately, his voice was too tender and lacked the feeling of vicissitudes and hatred. Ouyang Feng grinned as he watched from the side. He felt that this was too strange. A bean sprout that should still be in his mother's womb was fighting with his father. It was really interesting. The silver-haired lowly said, "Brother-in-law, I sympathize with you. Your child is too mischievous. There's only one way to deal with this kind of brat, and that's to beat him up. As the saying goes, if you don't beat him up for a day, he'll start tearing the roof tiles off." F***CK. The little Taoist almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who could understand his bitterness? He couldn't even find peace on his path of reincarnation. He was beaten from behind, robbed of his most precious treasure, and thrown into the reincarnation realm. Now, someone actually said he was naughty, a brat who deserved a beating, and that he was ruining the roof? Preposterous. Come down, don't mess around. Qin Luoyin also opened her mouth and berated the little Taoist. From her point of view, no matter what, Chu Feng was still the little Taoist's father. Even if he hadn't taken care of the little Taoist before, he still couldn't make a move on him the moment they met. Could it be that this child was venting for her? Obviously, she was thinking too much. The little Taoist was filled with grief and indignation. He looked up at the sky and wanted to cry. Mother Faster's cur, this was too much of a bully. Even his biological mother couldn't be relied on. She stood on this black-hearted old man's side at the crucial moment. Do you know how much karma he has with me? Simply infuriating Grandpa Dao to death. The little Taoist grabbed onto Chu Feng's collar. His little face was really flushed from excitement and anger, and his body was trembling. He wanted to tear him apart to the end. Naturally, it was precisely because he had held back this anger for 2 lifetimes that it was truly a little long that he couldn't speak clearly for a moment. He couldn't say everything clearly. As a result, the few people at the side didn't know what was going on. "He's your father," said the silver-haired little Lolita as she blinked her large eyes. "You're being disobedient." Qin Luoyin was also lecturing him. Chu Feng finally opened his mouth. He more or less had a guilty conscience. No matter what, he never would have thought that the black brick back then would implicate this karma. That stinky Taoist would reincarnate into his son. He allowed a dry cough. He wasn't angry, but instead had an amiable expression. At the same time, he consoled Qin Luoyin and Ing Xiao Xiao. He told them not to get angry and not to scare the child. He's still young. What are you guys doing? He's such a good child. You're not allowed to talk about him, said Chu Feng gently. Qin Luoyin felt peculiar in her heart. She felt that this adversary, this enemy, this person who had an intimate relationship with her before, wasn't so hateful. He actually had such a good temper and treated children really well. Ing Xiao Xiao's large eyes also shone as she said, "Brother-in-law indeed has a bearing, as expected of the person who dual cultivates with my older sister. He'll definitely enter the discerning eyes of my biological mother, who's a master of palace fights." Ing Zhixian glared at her fiercely, but she also expressed admiration for Chu Feng's calm attitude. He was very tolerant towards children, and his words and actions were appropriate. The little Taoist almost vomited blood when everyone present praised Chu Feng like this. He stomped his feet on Chu Feng's body as he wanted to fight the main culprit to the end with his life. This was too much of a bully. He, the victim, couldn't be more sullen while he, the father, was clearly pacifying him because he felt guilty. In the end, he fell into the eyes of this group of people and was the embodiment of a good father. Was there still justice in this world? Umph. He really vomited a mouthful of soul blood. This child's temper is really big. He even vomited blood. You guys talk less. Come, nephew eldest, don't cry. Old uncle loves you dearly, said Ouyang Feng. The little Taoist was indignant and extremely wronged. A bird that carried the black pot also came to take advantage of him. There was really no way to live in this world. Chu Feng consoled the little Taoist and said, "Child, it's all right. I like you very much. We'll definitely be a good father and son pair in the future, and we'll be unrivaled throughout the world." This was simply a benevolent father who had an extremely tolerant heart. Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin nodded inwardly as they watched him having a heart-to-heart talk with his disobedient son in front of him so amiably. However, the little Taoist grabbed onto Chu Feng's collar and didn't let go at all. He wanted to fight to the end. This was too shameful. He knew that this old man's heart was like a clear mirror, and he was clear about everything. In the end, he was so honorable and wanted to play the role of a benevolent father to the end. This black-hearted old man didn't mention anything about the reincarnation road at all. Motherf asterisk Kerr. As expected, it was because he was black-hearted and thick-skinned that he could live such a good life. He even dared to run on the reincarnation road and was womanizing in the real world. The little Taoist was resentful. This old man was too lacking in morals. That was why he could live so comfortably and jump around everywhere. There was no justice in this world. Child, don't be agitated. Let us father and son have a heart-to-heart talk. The world is so big, yet it's not as big as our hearts. Look at the starry sea in the cosmos. It's nothing serious. What can we let go of in our hearts? Chu Feng continued to speak with a pleasant countenance as he enlightened the little Taoist here. At the side, Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin revealed peculiar gazes as though it was their first time meeting Chu Feng. They could see that he had the universe in his chest, and that it wasn't a fluke that he could have his current achievements. The silver-haired little Lolita's big eyes blinked and sparkled as she cried out, "Brother-in-law, you're broad-minded and have good foresight as expected. You'll definitely be able to pass through my father's hurdle easily. He likes people with great spirit the most." Puffed. The little Taoist spat out a mouthful of soul blood again. He once again experienced the shamelessness of this black-hearted old man. It was fine that he fed him poisonous chicken soup words, but he even conveniently displayed his elegant demeanor here to seize the opportunity to make ripples in the hearts of his mother and that fairy Ying. How shameful! It was fine that he covered up his crimes, but he even conveniently flirted with a beauty. This father was truly a good-for-nothing. Ouyang Feng carried the black tortoise shell on his back as he walked over with graceful swan steps. He opened his mouth again and said, "This nephew's temperament isn't ordinary. He's always spitting out blood, so it's a little hard to raise him. I performed a divination for him. His glabella is black, and there's going to be a bloody light calamity today." The little Taoist really wanted to roast this bird. This was returning what he said to him. Don't say it like that. What good child. Chu Feng hugged the little Taoist and gently patted his back. His loving expression was unmistakable. Umph. The little Taoist coughed out blood again as he grabbed Chu Feng's collar and started fighting. He was furious to the extreme. After that, the few people in the surroundings started to persuade and berate him again. Even his own mother wasn't standing on his side. Boundless deity, Amitabha Buddha, all of you shut up. I want to start from the beginning and expose everything to the end. I'll let all of you be the judge. The little Taoist didn't care. Even if it was the reincarnation road with extremely deep waters, he didn't want to conceal it. He wanted to say it because he was furious. Chu Feng said, "Child, I'll teach you a breathing technique that can make your state of mind calm, so that your original heart won't be disturbed when encountering trouble. That's because any words that a person says or any decision that they make when they're angry are unwise and reckless. One of the biggest obstacles in cultivation is to temper the heart." Was he reminding and threatening him not to reveal the secret of the end of the reincarnation road? The little Taoist exploded in anger. Things had already reached this point, yet this black-hearted father was still feeding him poisonous chicken soup. He was biased to expose everything to the end. Let me tell all of you how bitter little Taoist's heart is. I was once all-powerful and had the aptitude of a celestial venerable. But when I walked the reincarnation road, he ambushed me with a stick and robbed me of the fortune of the talisman paper. I was abandoned in the reincarnation cave. The little Taoist's mouth was very nimble like frying beans. He used the shortest words to clearly explain the cause and effect from beginning to end. The group of people were dizzy. At the end of the reincarnation road, Chu Feng was playing tricks and sitting together with a clay idol to intercept fortunes and collect toll fees. This was like a fantasy story that made everyone dumbfounded. The little Taoist was anxious. This wasn't the main point. The main point was the despicable actions of this black-hearted father. He was too king bullying. This anger ran through his 2 lifetimes, and he had held it in for too long. He was about to suffer internal injuries. Today, he finally saw the main character with great difficulty and discovered the evil person who had plotted against him on the reincarnation road back then. But in the end, he was mocked to the point that he wanted to vomit blood. Was there still justice in this world? So, you're saying that you came to reincarnate for the sake of revenge? You deliberately became Chu Feng's son to settle accounts with him? Asked the silver-haired little Lolita as she blinked her large eyes. The little Taoist coughed up blood and his chest ached. What was she paying attention to? The focus of both parties wasn't on the same thing at all. Ouyang Feng also said, "Nephew eldest, you really have perseverance and willpower. You're sufficiently ruthless to yourself. In order to snatch back the black talisman paper, you forcefully reincarnated into Great Demon Chu's family and became his son to take revenge on him. You're ruthless enough." This time, the little Taoist couldn't stand it all. He was so infuriated by this large, strange blackbird and the silver-haired little Lolita that his liver hurt. Everything before his eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. He had said so much and exposed the deep secrets of the reincarnation road and revealed the hidden circumstances. Wasn't it equivalent to saying all that for nothing? Didn't this group of people understand that he was complaining, seeking justice, and asking them to judge the situation? Where did this topic stray to? Who said that I reincarnated into their family on purpose? If I knew, I would have avoided it even if you beat me to death. The little Taoist had no choice but to explain himself. He felt that his gloomy mood became even more intense. What a coincidence. You become my brother-in-law's son? The silver-haired little Lolita was suspicious. She clearly didn't believe him. He's my great enemy. Is there something wrong with this little Taoist? Am I looking for trouble and rushing to be reincarnated into their family? The little Taoist was indignant. He himself felt gloomy when he said these things. He was already sullen enough in the first place. This person who gave him the black brick had even become his biological father. This was the part that he couldn't stand the most. His soul blood boiled as he couldn't accept this. You black-hearted and thick-skinned bastard. This little Taoist will fight it out with you. In the end, he pounced forward and fought with Chu Feng until the very end. "Stop," Chu Feng said. "What else do you have to say?" The little Taoist was indignant. "There's nothing to say." Chu Feng was very calm as he sat cross-legged there and said, "I just want to tell you that I'm your father and you're my son. We're father and son. Come, sit down. Oh my God, you're the boundless deity." The little Taoist stomped his feet because Chu Feng's short and concise words were equivalent to releasing a supreme law that suppressed him until he didn't have any temper. Chu Feng was indeed his father who innately restrained him. Could it be that he really had to get rid of this damn, shameless biological father of his? It was simply inexplicable. Chapter 8:11. The little Taoist stomped his feet. He was so angry that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. He was truly at his wit's end and felt like he was about to explode. That was because he had no solution to the big move Chu Feng unleashed. But when he recalled his experience on the reincarnation path, he was struck with a black brick, had his black talisman snatched, and was abandoned in the reincarnation cave. He even had to acknowledge the thief as his father. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. The little Taoist scuttled and jumped as he grabbed Chu Feng's collar and tossed him about. He was too unwilling, especially when he saw Chu Feng sitting there calmly looking at him. He couldn't take it anymore. This was even more infuriating than a king's disdain. This kind of calmness seemed to be saying, "Jump, scream, and make a ruckus. I'm your father." Oh my! The little Taoist clenched his fists. He really wanted to perish together with Chu Feng. This was too much of a bully. He really wanted to walk the reincarnation path once more and reincarnate again. He couldn't bear it now. "Son, calm down first," said Chu Feng. His every movement was calm and gentle at the same time, with a smile on his face. The little Taoist felt as though his entire body was burning and he was about to turn into a torch. Chu Feng didn't call him a child anymore, but directly called him his son. It was truly shameful and unbearable. Was he reminding him that the relationship between father and son couldn't be reversed? It had already become a fact. At this moment, the silver-haired little Lolita opened her mouth and said with bright eyes, "Good child, be good and don't make a ruckus. Quickly tell your aunt what's on the reincarnation path. You're actually a reincarnated body that reincarnated here." The little Taoist wanted to vomit blood. Such a small Lolita actually called him a good child. How gloomy was his life. In addition, this silver-haired little girl didn't care about his injustice at all. She directly ignored it and asked him about other matters on the reincarnation path, making him feel stifled. Ouyang Feng said, "Don't be agitated, nephew eldest. Come down and tell me about the mysteries of your reincarnation. Why are you so strange? Is it because of that black talisman? Also, do you still have it on you?" The little Taoist was furious. Here came another one. This 3 or 2-year-old blackbird took advantage of him, but its thieving eyes were still shining. What was the meaning of this? "Nephew, do you still have a black talisman paper?" Ouyang Feng asked once more. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a brilliant and dazzling light that shot out in all directions. The little Taoist's morale plummeted. This black swan was too shameless. Was she planning to rob him? It was one thing to meet a bastard father, but why were the people around him the same? He felt that he had gone too far in his previous life, but now that he had met this father and this cheap uncle, he was simply a bastard by 3 levels. At this moment, he was starting to doubt his life. Could it be that they were not from the same family, and that their characters were similar? Dao's in the Taoist to ants and to in was said. At the same time, Qin Luoyin interacted with the little Taoist and told him to calm down. Everything could be solved slowly, and he shouldn't be agitated or make a fuss. She also asked about the reincarnation path. The little Taoist wanted to cry. The little Taoist's heart is bitter. Is there no one who sympathizes with me? Is there no one to help me crusade against that black-hearted and thick-skinned father? He was too sad. He became father and son with his great enemy and met such a group of thick-skinned relatives who didn't care about the bitterness in his heart. He was almost depressed. Moreover, he never expected that the first person to console him would be Chu Feng. Child, I understand you. The little Taoist stomped his feet when he heard what he said. Boundless deity, what the hell do you understand? Do you know how much I want to kill you now? If you weren't my biological father. Sigh, this relationship hurts my heart just thinking about it. In reality, through the series of conversations and entanglements just now, Ying Jiaxian and Ouyang Feng had more or less understood what was going on. All in all, this little Taoist was indeed heart-wrenching. Qin Luoyin consoled him softly. At the same time, she felt a headache coming on. This son of hers really had a heaven-defying background. He came over with innate wisdom, and it was impossible for this kind of person to be an ordinary person. The most important thing was that this kind of person who hid a shocking secret and went against the cycle of reincarnation had become her son. Qin Luoyin lifted him off Chu Feng and spoke to him softly. No matter what, this was her son. She had to persuade him and discipline him. Boundless deity, why don't you let me reincarnate into a stone embryo and just jump out from a crack in a rock? I'm so bitter now. The little Taoist looked up at the sky with grief and indignation. Ouyang Feng said, Look at how melancholy this nephew of mine looks. Don't be angry. No matter how you torment yourself, your father is still your father. These words stabbed into the little Taoist's heart again. It hurt. His heart hurt so much that he couldn't bear it, and he wanted to vomit blood again. Yes, your father is always your father. The silver-haired little Lolita also emphasized and warned him not to disobey. Ying Jiaxian stroked his head and smiled gently. This couldn't comfort the little Taoist's sorrowful heart in the slightest. Who was he? He had the aptitude of a deity and was being stroked on the head in sympathy. He wanted to shout out loud that people couldn't live in this dark world. But he also understood that even if he had the god-slaying technique, he couldn't use it on Chu Feng. He couldn't really get rid of his father in this life, right? If that happened, his cultivation path would be severed, and he wouldn't be able to pass the trial of the laws of the universe. The heavenly Tao was heartless but orderly. It would kill him in the end. Son, father will help you untie the knot in your heart. Come over here. Chu Feng waved his hand. After that, he smiled like a benevolent father and carried this little Taoist over again. Mother asterisk Kerr. The little Taoist clenched his teeth. He really wanted to say, You're not even going to hug me? You're just going to carry your child like this? After that, he spat and cursed himself in his heart. He cursed himself for being too lowly. How could he involuntarily substitute himself with this identity? Be gentler. He's still young. You have to hug him properly, said Qin Luoyin. What made the little Taoist feel slightly comforted was that this mother who had always wanted to get rid of him cared a lot about him this time. She spoke out to protect him and stood on his side. After that, he wanted to cry. Before he was even born, he fought with his biological mother in order to smoothly come into this world. Now, he was starting to fight with his biological father. He raised his eyes, and his eyes were filled with tears. He was the enemy of the entire world. The reason why Chu Feng carried him was because he could tell that this child had been forced to the extreme. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pull out a surprise attack from his brat. If he were to be blasted to the ground, that would be a huge joke. Chu Feng didn't dare to underestimate him. No matter how small he was still an existence that came out of the reincarnation cave. God knew what kind of roots he had in the past. Let go of me. The little Taoist glared. I'm your father. The little Taoist immediately gnashed his teeth and said, You sneak attacked me from behind. I'm your father. The little Taoist flew into a rage and said, You stole my great fortune, the black talisman paper. I'm your father. After that, the little Taoist broke down. No matter how many changes he took, how he criticized him in various ways, the other party remained unmoved and only had that one shameful sentence. I'm your father. He really didn't have a temper anymore. He wasn't afraid of encountering a black-hearted and thick-skinned person. What was scary was that this person was his biological father. Son. Chu Feng seemed to be addressing him in this way on purpose to emphasize the relationship between the two of them. The little Taoist shut his mouth and didn't want to talk to him. Those matters between the two of us aren't matters at all, Chu Feng said calmly. Seeing that the little Taoist was going to be anxious again and looked like he was going to put his life on the line, Chu Feng opened his mouth leisurely and said, "I still have that black talisman paper. If you want it, I'll give it to you. How big a matter is it? There's no problem." "Really?" The little Taoist immediately widened his eyes in shock. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy and joy. At this moment, he was like a despairing person in the desert who suddenly discovered an oasis and a water source. He was so excited that he felt that the entire world had brightened up. Chu Feng asked, "What's the use of that talisman paper? Isn't it just sacrificing it to the clay idol at the side of the reincarnation cave after igniting it? Is it very important? Without that black talisman paper, I almost came out empty-handed in the reincarnation cave. I wouldn't even be able to reincarnate with my memories. Other than that, it has an even more important." Suddenly, the little Taoist became vigilant and said, "Return it to me first." "I didn't bring it into this world," Chu Feng answered. At the same time, he became more and more curious as to what other great uses this black talisman paper had. That thing had been on him for a very long time. He had studied it for a very long time, but he couldn't figure it out after seeing it. "We'll talk about it after you give it to me. In addition, the waters on the reincarnation path are too deep. It's best if we talk less. Otherwise, there'll definitely be a great disaster." The little Taoist was incomparably solemn. "What, you and me? How should I address you? Call me father." Chu Feng looked at him. "Oh my!" The little Taoist felt stifled in his heart again. "Do you still want the black talisman paper?" Chu Feng looked at him. "Father." The little Taoist braced himself and shouted. That was because that thing was too important. It wasn't as simple as igniting it and sacrificing it. It was also related to a kind of intangible thing. Perhaps it was destiny, or perhaps it was the Tao throne that could protect one's self. There were even deeper internal reasons that involved irreversible decrees and commands. "You can tell me where the black talisman paper came from. Is it very important?" Chu Feng asked him. The little Taoist was lost in thought there. He felt a little ashamed. He had actually really called him father just now. Was this considered acknowledging a thief as his father? But it was indeed his father. Chapter 8:12. Chu Feng asked again and again, but the little Taoist shut his mouth and didn't answer. The silver-haired little lowly curled her lips and said, "What's there to keep it a secret?" In reality, Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin were watching too. Ouyang Feng even stretched out his neck as he wished he could spit at the little Taoist and make him explain things clearly. Chu Feng secretly transmitted his voice and said, "Son, if these things are really useful, maybe I can rob a batch of them." "A batch?" The little Taoist widened his eyes in a split second, and his face was filled with shock. After that, he recalled the situation when he first met Chu Feng. This fellow was sitting side by side with that clay idol. This was truly terrifying. The most crucial thing was that this biological father really had that kind of opportunity to make a move. He'd been infuriated earlier, but now he was terrified when he thought about it carefully. His father, who was so tender and messy, definitely had a huge secret on him. Otherwise, how could he have run to the end of the reincarnation road back then and robbed the Tao there? In his opinion, this was simply like a fantasy story. If he were to say it out loud, it would shock the top experts, and then perhaps no one would dare to believe it. Can you really go to that place and have a way to obtain the supreme talisman paper? The little Taoist was obviously moved. "If anyone else passes by, I'll just sneak attack them a few more times," Chu Feng said calmly and naturally. At this moment, the little Taoist's heart was pierced again. He had a look of hidden bitterness on his face. Not only were his eyes spewing fire, they were about to spurt out blood. "What's the origin of your talisman paper?" Chu Feng asked again. The little Taoist didn't want to pay attention to him again because he kept on feeling hurt. Finally, after being asked again and again, he reluctantly opened his mouth. "Their origins are boundlessly great. In our world, all the experts of the world joined hands. Several immortal ancient dynasties and holy lands that had existed for millions of years rose up together to attack the #1 forbidden area left behind from the prehistoric era. In the end, the most powerful orthodoxies were annihilated, and only a few people walked out alive. Only then did they bring out a black talisman. The words that the little Taoist said shocked everyone. Even Chu Feng was speechless for a long time. So abnormal? I don't know about other places, but many supreme experts from our world joined hands and still suffered a crushing defeat. They only brought out this kind of ancestral talisman, emphasized the little Taoist. Is it that scary? Chu Feng was doubtful. The little Taoist said, yes, according to the legends of the Yang realm, there are almighty beings who have been dormant for countless years. Perhaps a few of them could make a talisman paper from that kind of supreme, forbidden land by joining hands. However, there's definitely no one at this level in our world, so it's incomparably difficult. If we were to fight to that extent, we could easily destroy the Starry Sea world. Where are you from? Chu Feng asked. My world is adjacent to the Yang realm, but it's not the Yang realm yet. It's similar in scale to your universe, but the Yang energy there is much stronger. These words were shocking. According to him, the Yang realm was vast and boundless, but it was only a legend, and there was almost no way to go there. The mortal realm was simply too mysterious, and he had no way of knowing more about it. On the other hand, their side was blocked by the primal chaos and isolated from the Yang realm. On the side of the primal chaos, there were a few smaller universes, such as the Yin realm that Chu Feng was in, the little Taoist world, as well as the dilapidated chaotic universe. The Yang energy of these places would become denser and denser as they went from far to near, but they weren't as vast as the Yang realm altogether. They couldn't even compare to the most remote corner of the Yang realm. Generally speaking, these worlds adjacent to the primal chaos, no matter how little Yang energy there was, were actually all netherworld soil in the eyes of the most ancient almighty beings in the Yang realm. They were all spaces with more Yin energy, and they were collectively called the Yin realm. The almighty beings of the Yang realm can't come over. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop their footsteps, the little Taoist said. In reality, time slipped away, and a long period of time had elapsed. Apart from the most ancient existences in the Yang realm, ordinary people weren't sure whether the Yin realm existed anymore. There was a saying that the people of the Yin realm were all dead. They were living beings transformed from obsessions and couldn't be considered true living people. There was even another saying that the evolved civilization of the Yin realm was brought over by the people of the Yang realm unintentionally. They were all damaged and simply couldn't be compared to the Yang realm. The disparity was too great, and it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, this netherworld also included the world that the little Taoist was in, as well as the dilapidated universe in the primal chaos. The worlds on this side of the primal chaos were known as the netherworld and the netherworld. Chu Feng and the rest were greatly affected by what the little Taoist said. The grand stage of the world was in the Yang realm. That was the place where the living should stay. The true geniuses of the Yang realm roamed freely, and it was the place where the strong competed. Perhaps, in the eyes of the most ancient powerhouses in the Yang realm, the Yin realm was merely the most barren and backward barren land. It was the resting place of the dead and could be considered a graveyard. There was no true evolved civilization to speak of. Chu Feng said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these things anymore. It's too vexing. Let's wait until the day we personally go to the Yang realm to contend for hegemony and ascend to the true grand stage." Father, are you sure you can still run to the reincarnation road to torment yourself? The little Taoist had a hopeful look on his face. He felt his soul light throbbing fiercely, and his soul blood was about to boil. If one could really walk the path of reincarnation, that would be unimaginable. It was too heaven-defying. The difficulty is extremely great, and there's a slim chance of survival. However, I reckon that there's a certain chance if we force our way through, replied Chu Feng. The little Taoist was petrified because, according to what he knew, even the most ancient powerhouses in the Yang realm wouldn't necessarily dare to torment themselves like this, according to the records of all kinds of ancient books from the world he was in. Do you know the origins of this reincarnation road? Is it naturally formed, or did it appear through other methods? Chu Feng asked him. The waters in this matter are too deep. Don't investigate. At the very least, there are only a few words from our world. We don't dare to truly record it down, so we can't explain it clearly. After someone died in the Yang realm, he revived in our world and became a living dead, according to what he said, as well as the personal letter he left behind after he passed away in meditation in our world. The powerhouses in the Yang realm who know the truth are extremely few. It's a taboo. Since this father wanted to return the black talisman paper to him, and he might even join hands with this father to do a great matter that would shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries on the reincarnation road. The little Taoist didn't conceal anything and said a lot of things that he knew. Who made that clay idol? What's the use of placing it there? Is it just to enjoy the talisman paper and incense that people would occasionally offer reverently after several million years? I can't say. That clay idol might not be a dead object. It might be alive. The little Taoist was very nervous as he told Chu Feng that it was best not to mention this person again. According to what he said, if that reincarnation road was truly man-made, then the clay idol was definitely one of the participants. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Man-made reincarnation road couldn't be justified by defying the natural order. Those few ancient imperial courts and the most powerful sacred grounds of our world joined hands to attack the #1 forbidden area of our world. They only managed to bring out a piece of black talisman paper with great difficulty. Merely this kind of qualification certificate that allows one to step onto the reincarnation road with one's memories is so difficult to obtain. How terrifying it is can be seen at a glance. The little Taoist said that the few most powerful forces of their world had been annihilated and were defeated in the forbidden area that was left behind from the Great Desolate Era. In the end, a small group of people escaped. Other than bringing out a piece of black talisman paper, they even told their descendants that reincarnation was only a corner of the terrifying truth. The waters were too deep. Even if they could rule the world one day and feel that they were unparalleled and powerful, they mustn't go and investigate things on a deeper level. Do you think I'm scared? Ouyang Feng cast a sidelong glance at him and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He immediately felt that something was amiss. This was soul light and spiritual energy that he sucked back again. This really destroyed the atmosphere. The few people felt uncomfortable as they looked at his actions, and they immediately broke away from that kind of train of thought from before. In the end, the little Taoist sighed and said, I have hidden worries in my heart. I only stepped onto the reincarnation road for the sake of becoming strong enough so that I can go to the Yang realm one day. That's because according to a certain saying, the world we're in will eventually face a great calamity in the end. What do you mean? Asked the silver-haired little Lolita. This existence will eventually vanish. A few words were recorded on a piece of incomplete tortoiseshell that was unearthed in our realm. It said that only the Yang realm seed can survive, and those who want to rise must also have the Yin realm seed. Even Ing Zhexian revealed a startled expression. She was unable to maintain her tranquil and otherworldly appearance. Is the so-called Yang realm seed referring to a bizarre seed? Asked Chu Feng because he had 3 Yang realm seeds on him. This was extremely important. The so-called seed refers to evolvers in order, replied the little Taoist. This made Chu Feng startled because it was different from what he had imagined. The others felt their blood run cold as they experienced a kind of great terror. Stay calm. It's no big deal, said Chu Feng. As long as you maintain tranquility in your heart, any hardships won't be a problem. You'll be able to get through them safely. He was calm and collected as he educated the little Taoist here. He had the appearance of a benevolent father and elder. Ing Zhexian and Qin Luoyin secretly nodded. This kind of temperament indeed added points to Chu Feng. Ouyang Feng curled his lips and really wanted to say, You're a human trafficker. The little Taoist also wanted to shout, Do I still need you to feed me poisonous chicken soup? Every word I utter is the truth, and every word I utter is a divine technique. Chu Feng smiled warmly. He became increasingly aloof, calm, and tranquil. After that, a blood-colored bolt of lightning struck down from the firmament with a boom and struck his head. He was struck until everything before his eyes turned black and he saw stars straight away. He almost fainted. The little Taoist immediately scuttled out with a whoosh and stayed far away from him. Everyone present was dumbstruck. After that, they saw blood-colored lightning strike down one after another, and all of them struck Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng was flustered and exasperated. What kind of situation was this? Why was he being struck by lightning again? It was only a split second. What indifference, what tranquility, what benevolent father. All of that was thrown to the side. He was extremely annoyed now. He was being struck randomly at this moment. This was really hitting someone's face specifically. The little Taoist wore a smile on his face from afar. He felt that the gloominess in his heart had finally come out a little as he said, "You'll be struck by lightning for pretending to be 13. You'll be struck from head to toe." Ouyang Feng was in a daze from the side at first. After that, he burst into laughter and said, "One must keep a low profile and not forget one's roots. Do you know what karma is?" After that, he started to sing in Schadenfreude and said, "There's reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Who has the heavens ever spared?" After that, a thick bolt of green lightning suddenly descended from the sky with a boom and struck his head right away. He was struck into a daze, and his entire body was covered in green light. Ouyang Feng screamed miserably as he scuttled around there. The intense pain was unbearable. Chapter 8:13. An extremely small child was softly chanting there. Who would the heavens spare? He had the attitude of watching a play. His little face was flushed red, happy, and excited. This was especially the case when he saw his father being struck by lightning and submerged by the blood-colored lightning. He jumped up and down in excitement. Not far away, the silver-haired little Lolita looked at him strangely. Then she whispered to her sister, "Sister, this is a disobedient child. Hurry up and give birth to one. I guarantee you'll be more pampered than this mother and son pair." Boom. Ouch. Beat your sister. It hurts so much. Isn't this for your own good? On the other side, Qin Luoyin heard this and looked at the little Taoist. Her expression darkened, and she grabbed his ear with a swoosh. She pulled him back and taught him a lesson. Chu Feng was in a miserable state. He was struck until his whole body was emitting black smoke. The lightning tribulation this time was even more terrifying than the last. The lightning was thicker and the arcs were more concentrated. Bang, bang, bang. In a short moment, he was beaten to the point where he was swaying left and right. His whole body was wrapped in lightning as he opened his mouth and spat out electric arcs. Ah, it hurts so much. I can't take it this time. The power is too strong. I can't take it without a corporeal body. Ouyang Feng was also wailing like a ghost. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough. It was mainly because they didn't have a corporeal body to protect their souls. One had to know that souls were most afraid of lightning strikes. Think about it. Many ghosts couldn't even see sunlight, let alone lightning. Although they already had a yang soul, they didn't have a corporeal body. It was too terrifying to rely on soul light to cross the tribulation. If they could really endure it, they would be extraordinary. Boom! A green light blasted Ouyang Feng to the ground. He cried out and finally couldn't take it anymore. He rolled all over the ground. Boom, 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 but lightning interweaved and crashed down one after another. The order of heaven and earth was merciless. It bombarded Lanzhan violently. The ground was blasted through and magma gushed out like a volcano eruption. Whoosh! In the end, Ouyang Feng used his life-saving ultimate move. He withdrew his head and limbs into the black tortoise shell, including his wings. He was a black tortoise with its head shrunk. Crack! This time, the green lightning struck the tortoise shell with a deafening sound. However, it didn't cause any fatal damage to him. He withstood it. Even though he was in his soul form, his tortoise shell was shockingly sturdy. It contained incomplete order patterns and was able to resist the lightning that filled the sky. It could be said that the soul body corresponded to the fleshly body. Whichever part of the fleshly body was stronger, it would still be manifested in the soul light. You scared Uncle Ouyang to death. I almost died here just now, but I finally found a way to take refuge. As the tyrant godhead, I absolutely can't have a weak kidney. Ouyang Feng was showing off there as he blocked the lightning tribulation. He had a complacent look on his face. Even though he was also doing his best to pour soul light and spiritual energy into the tortoiseshell, he was rather satisfied when he saw Chu Feng's miserable appearance. Without comparison, there would be no harm. He was in a much better situation than Chu Feng. After he relaxed, his nerves were no longer so tense. He raised his head to look at the sky and suddenly felt dizzy. He shouted, "Green, it's green again. Do you want to anger Uncle Ouyang to death?" "Why?" The lightning that filled the sky was green, covering him. He clenched his teeth and stomped his feet, unwilling to accept this. "Ah!" When he heard Chu Feng's blood-curdling scream, he shrunk his neck and quickly settled down. The lightning this time was much fiercer than before. It really wanted to blast them to death. If it didn't treat it seriously, they could die at any time. Chu Feng was in danger. Ing Zhixian, Qin Luoyin, and Ning Xiaoxiao were also very nervous. They could see that it was very strenuous for Chu Feng this time. Bang! The blood-colored lightning was concentrated as it rumbled and struck him until he staggered. His soul light dimmed, and he was struck into the magma in the depths of the ground several times. He thought he could reduce the damage by hiding underground, but in the end, that wasn't the case at all. All the lightning blasted in and blocked him in one place, forming a lightning nest. Not long after, Ouyang Feng also let out a blood-curdling scream. His tortoise shell was split open, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to be lazy anymore. He extended his limbs and head to resist in a hurry. After that, there were ghostly wails and divine howls. Ouyang Feng's curses accompanied by lightning didn't stop. In the end, he was struck until he was at his last gasp and really couldn't let out a sound. The blood-colored lightning and the green lightning were incomparably terrifying as they intertwined and reflected each other's splendor. It finally came to an end. It was really dangerous this time. Chu Feng had shrunk by one size, and the spiritual energy and soul light that was struck were reduced by a chunk. Of course, it was more condensed and surging with yang qi. Ouyang Feng wasn't much better. His tortoise shell was split into pieces, and he was dispirited and listless. He lay there, unable to move. "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" The silver-haired little Lolita asked worriedly. "I'm all right." Chu Feng sat on the ground and immediately circulated his breathing technique. He was recovering rapidly and made his soul light shine once more. At the same time, he was incomparably solemn as he warned Ouyang Feng to circulate his divine beast breathing technique at once to adjust himself to his optimal state. "What do you mean?" Ouyang Feng was struck miserably and didn't want to move at all. Even now, electric arcs were still spurting out from his ears, mouth, and nose. Chu Feng's expression was grave as he warned, "Hurry up and get moving. You have to be prepared to be cuckolded." "What?" "Try saying it again if you have the guts." Uncle Ouyang, will beat you to death." Ouyang Feng immediately jumped up. "I'm talking about the heavenly tribulation. You have to prepare a hat trick. From the looks of it, the green lightning will come at least 3 times. Chu Feng was extremely solemn. He circulated his breathing technique with all his might and adjusted his state to guard against the 3rd heavenly tribulation. He didn't dare to assume the attitude of a benevolent father over there anymore. He could be considered to have realized that he and Ouyang Feng had recently circulated their mutant technique to extract too many divinity granules and had incurred the punishment of the laws of heaven and earth. And if one were to look at it from the perspective of fate, this was a great cause and effect. They had killed excessively during the previous period of time, and now they had to pay a bitter price for it. Bang! As expected, the 3rd heavenly tribulation arrived on time, and it was even more urgent than before. It didn't give them any time to catch their breath as it directly attacked them. Moreover, it was even more formidable than before. It was incomparably dangerous, and the entire mountain forest was trembling. A large area of the forest was destroyed amidst the red lightning and the thunderbolts. Ashes were everywhere as far as the eye could see, and the ground was collapsing. Chu Feng was struck by this wave of lightning until he disappeared and was blasted into the depths of the earth. Ah, it hurts! Ouyang Feng also let out a mournful and blood-curdling shriek. He was no longer in the mood to bicker about this lightning being green again. In the end, Chu Feng and Ouyang Feng crossed the tribulation with difficulty and narrowly escaped death. Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin didn't say anything as they watched them. Their expressions were incomparably solemn as they stared over there. The little Taoist also shut his mouth because it really wasn't suitable for him to speak too much at this juncture, as he was the son of a man. That father of his might perish here. Bang! The duration of time wasn't considered very long, but to Chu Feng and Ouyang Feng, it was as long as a century. When the lightning disappeared, their soul light was almost dispersed by the bombardment. They almost died and brushed past the god of death. After that, the two of them crawled up and didn't say anything as they sat cross-legged in fear of the arrival of the 4 great felicitations. Fortunately, the matter wasn't as bad as they imagined. A total of 3 heavenly tribulations completely ended. Chu Feng discovered to his surprise that his spiritual energy and soul light dropped by a chunk and directly fell to the middle stage of the transformation realm. And before this, he could already stand shoulder to shoulder with people at the Golden Body realm. It was the same for Ouyang Feng. His spiritual energy and soul light similarly dropped and was a chunk away from the Golden Body realm. The two of them had solemn expressions as they silently comprehended the changes in their bodies. Very soon, they revealed joyous looks because when they used their spiritual energy and soul light, the might of the wonderful technique they unleashed didn't decrease and was just as powerful. This is extraction and also compression. It tempers spiritual energy and soul light over and over again to retain the essence and chop off the dregs. This is a beneficial burden reduction. When he realized this, Chu Feng revealed a joyous look because this meant that he was even more powerful in the same realm. When everything ended, Chu Feng became a loving father again as he went over to find the little Taoist. After that, he picked him up. That's right, he picked him up. He was always worried that this little guy would sneak an attack and that he wouldn't be able to launch a big move at him out of the blue. The little Taoist's morale was unbearable. You still don't have a name, right? Chu Feng asked Qin Luoyin. Qin Luoyin thought of the past between the two of them. For a moment, she clenched her teeth, fell silent, and had a peculiar expression. Her mood was extremely complicated. Just give me one if you don't have a name, said Chu Feng. I have a little Taoist. I was absolutely brilliant in my previous life. Chu Feng said solemnly, shut up. Your previous life has been annihilated, and everything has become a thing of the past. You're my son in this life, and I'll definitely protect you, Zhou Quan. There was no room for discussion regarding this kind of matter. He behaved very overbearingly as he warned the little Taoist that he was his son in this life, and that he shouldn't think about his previous life. You came to this world with so many misfortunes and tribulations, and your cultivation path is so difficult. I'll give you a single name and call you Nan. You'll always be vigilant and remind yourself, Chu Nan, there's depth. It's deep enough. Ouyang Feng stuck his head out and looked around as he nodded his head in praise. At first, the little Taoist was still rather satisfied, but after he read it together, he immediately became anxious and said, F***CK me. I don't want this rotten name, even if you beat me to death. Qin Luoyin also rolled her eyes. After that, she warned Chu Feng not to speak carelessly if he didn't know how to give a name. The silver-haired little Lolita smiled sweetly and said, Why do I feel that brother-in-law is changing the topic on purpose? All right, brother-in-law, who exactly are you going to choose between my elder sister and Luoyin? Chu Feng cursed. This sister-in-law of his was too precocious. She could even see through this. He couldn't change the focus even if he wanted to. Things had returned to the terrifying starting point again. The little Taoist came to a realization. After that, he wanted to stomp his feet in anger. This old man actually didn't hesitate to use his son's name to stir up trouble in order to divert the conflict. He was too shameless and too hateful. He should have understood long ago how his father's character was. He had already seen it on reincarnation. Luoyin, why are you here? What's going on in the outside world? Chu Feng changed the topic once again. Qin Luoyin's expression became solemn when he mentioned these things. She told them that the situation was very bad and that Ling Weiho had dispatched a large number of experts to hunt down spiritual bodies like them. We've suffered disastrous losses. Hundreds of people from my damning Pure Land have been scattered, and more than 80% of them have been killed. This was the terrifying news that Qin Luoyin brought. Have you seen my younger brother? Asked Ding Zhixian. Yeah. How's my older brother? Ying Xiaoxiao also hurriedly asked for guidance. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he had achieved initial success by changing the topic. Brother Ying's situation isn't very good either. I once discovered him from afar not long ago. He was heavily injured and was being chased by Ling Weiho's fourth son. His right arm was shot and blown off by a divine archer. What? Ying Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise. Her brother with extraordinary abilities was actually so miserable. Her heart was lifted up all of a sudden. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Let's go and rescue him immediately, said Chu Feng. He could finally muddle through this hurdle in front of him. Qin Luoyin reminded him and said, Ling Weiho's fourth son is at the initial stage of the Golden Body realm. His strength is profound, and the divine archer he brought with him is also at the Golden Body realm. We can't fight him head-on. It's no big deal. It's not like we haven't killed him before. Chu Feng waved his hand domineeringly and let her lead the way. Let's go. Just killing Pu Lin isn't satisfying enough. Let's go and get rid of his brother too. He actually dared to chase after our people. Let's go and take revenge, shouted Ouyang Feng. In reality, he wanted to circulate his mutant technique and temper the divinity granules so that he could become stronger. Of course, he didn't dare to be overly crazy. Regarding the 3 consecutive lightning tribulations this time, he and Chu Feng had endless lingering fear. They didn't have corporeal bodies, so they reckoned that it was more or less the same as people with corporeal bodies who had crossed more than 4 heavenly tribulations. Can the 2 of you do it? Asked the silver-haired little Lolita. She was worried that Chu Feng and Ouyang Feng had just finished crossing their tribulations and their combat strength wasn't up to standard. Don't worry, we're in excellent condition. Saving people is more important. Let's set off at once. Their party was as fast as lightning as they set off at top speed to saving Woody. My brother's soul weapon is a silver shuttle that possesses extreme speed. Even people at the Golden Body Perfection realm might not necessarily be able to catch up to him. Ying Xiaoxiao firmly believed that her brother was still alive. They walked for more than half a day. They hurried on with their soul light, so their speed could be said to be extremely fast. They galloped unhindered in a certain region of Vicious Beast Plateau as they searched for someone like they were crazy. Half a day later, they found a clue because they discovered that people who came from the same universe were being hunted down. Bang! Chu Feng and Ying Zhixian joined hands and blasted over with the wonderful 7 treasures technique right away. A cavalry troop was completely annihilated with a flash of brilliance. Not a single one of the dozen or so people was left alive. The little Taoist's eyes were staring straight as he cried out in alarm. This is the Yang realms. Wonderful 7 treasures technique. Where's Ying Woody? Shouted Chu Feng. The 2 people who were saved were shocked as they subconsciously answered. In the depths of this dense forest. We saw him not long ago. He's about to die and is being hunted down by divine archers. Whoosh! Chu Feng and the others immediately disappeared as they chased after him all the way. An hour later, they discovered clues in a dense primitive mountain forest. There was a group of people chasing after a certain person. It had to be said that Ying Woody's ability to escape for his life was top-notch. Of course, it was related to his soul weapon, that silver shuttle. It allowed him to possess extreme speed and even people at the Golden Body Perfection realm couldn't catch up to him. But even so, he was still going to die after a few days. Divine arrows brushed past his body several times, and sometimes they even slightly cut open his soul light. His arms had exploded, and both his legs had also been shot before. Because it was soul light and spiritual energy, it could still be replenished after it was shattered and could be reassembled. However, his spiritual energy was rapidly declining, and it looked like he couldn't control the silver shuttle any longer. His consumption was too great. When Chu Feng and the others chased over from afar, they saw Ing Wudi, who was fleeing. Ing Xiaoxiao shouted anxiously, "Brother, over here! Ling Weiho Manor is handling matters. Get lost," shouted a young man who looked a little similar to Pu Lin in another direction. He was ostentatious and domineering. He had long since investigated clearly that Ing Wudi and Ing Zhexian, who was one of the murderers in Chu Feng's gang, were blood-related. They were biological siblings and had to be captured. "We've already killed one of his sons. Pu Lin was killed by your grandfather. Seeing that you look very similar to him, I reckon you're Pu Lin's brother. Come, come, come. Your uncle Ouyang will send you on your way too." Ouyang Feng glared at him and said, "Damn. What?" That young man's evil aura was very heavy. After hearing such words, blood chi that overflowed the heavens emitted from his body and surged over. He said, "Puny ghosts and ean spirits, yet you dare to speak to me like this. Explode." He shouted loudly and led hundreds of troops to rise up together. From their point of view, the army's blood chi was terrifying beyond compare and specialized in restraining this kind of spiritual body. They guaranteed to kill them in the first instance. However, they were disappointed. Chu Feng and the others were young souls, so they weren't afraid of the surging blood chi. "Shoot them to death," shouted that young man. "Kill." Chu Feng and Ing Zhexian shouted softly. The two of them joined hands and flew together. Their soul light linked together and whistled as they flew over. It had to be said that the wonderful Seven Treasures technique was world-shocking. Even in the Yang realm, it had a terrifying reputation, let alone in the Yin realm. It was considered an unparalleled technique that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Bang! The 9 divine archers bore the brunt of the attack and exploded from the dazzling seven-colored light. They exploded on the spot, and a bloody mist pervaded the air. What? At the back, a group of people trembled. Were these still the Yin spirits and ghosts in their intelligence? Even if they obtained divine beast blood, they were still too abnormal. They could kill their divine archers in an instant. In the end, it was because no one saw the scene of Chu Feng and Ing Zhexian killing Pu Lin. They thought it was mainly because of an accident, so they were careless and negligent. Kill! Chu Feng and Ing Zhexian joined hands. The former did it to show off and save his brother-in-law, whereas the latter was confused out of concern. That was her biological younger brother, so they naturally did everything they could to eliminate the enemy here. In just a short while, these several hundred cavalrymen collapsed. Even if they were brave and unafraid of death, they couldn't withstand this kind of massacre. The group of cavalrymen scattered in all directions as they were basically no match for them. "You still want to leave?" Chu Feng stared at that young man and joined hands with Ing Zhexian to attack. With a puff, he was smashed into pieces. As expected, this person had a death substitute talisman on him and also a wisp of Ling Weiho's soul light. But this time, Ing Zhexian and Chu Feng were long prepared. Moreover, their strength improved greatly in the recent month, so they finally succeeded in getting rid of this person and that wisp of Ling Weiho's soul light, completely killing them. "Brother-in-law is mighty," the silver-haired little Lolita shouted loudly. Up, in a city several 100,000 kilometers away, Ling Weiho's furious roar shook the heavens. He knew that his fourth son was dead. After Chu Feng and Ing Zhexian got rid of Ling Weiho's fourth son on Vicious Beast Plateau, they knew that this enmity was formed. But they weren't afraid of being bitten when there were too many lice. Elder brother, Ing Xiaoxiao pounced over and hugged Ing Wudi, who was on the verge of collapse. This outstanding young man was too miserable now. His soul light was dim, and he was almost shot and exploded many times. Now his soul was about to collapse and scatter. Xiao Xiao, did you call him brother-in-law just now? Ingwudi asked weakly. Yeah, not long ago. He pulled our elder sister along to undergo dual cultivation. What else should I call him if not brother-in-law? Once he heard this, Ingwudi immediately became anxious. Mother asterisk Kerr. He instinctively thought that this was Chu Feng using force because he understood his elder sister. She was cold and aloof and transcended the world. Otherwise, how could she possibly agree to dual cultivation? A month ago, they were still enemies and had even encircled and annihilated Chu Feng. Besides, his younger sister in Xiao Xiao also said the same thing just now. It was Chu Feng who pulled his elder sister along to dual cultivation. He guessed that his elder sister wasn't willing. As a result, Ingwudi's eyes reddened, and he wanted to fight Chu Feng with his life on the line. Elder brother, don't be impulsive. Calm down. I know you have an older sister complex. Shut up. The little Taoist's big eyes swiveled nonstop. He saw it clearly and immediately ran over as he shouted, Little aunt, aren't you and second mother Jishin going to marry my father, Chu Feng? Stay at one side. Ing Xiao Xiao chased him away, but her own little face was flushed red. When Ingwudi saw this, he was about to explode right away. Not only was his elder sister thrown in, but there was also his younger sister. Chapter 814. As Chu Feng soared through the sky to kill the enemy, he took the time to look back and discovered that his brother-in-law's eyes were red from several kilometers away. He was currently roaring at them and clenching his fists. What was going on? Could it be that he was somewhat hysterical because he had been chased miserably these past few days? Was he telling him that he had to ruthlessly cut down all the pursuers? How could Chu Feng not agree? At the very least, he had to get rid of those archers. It was precisely these people who had shot his brother-in-law's arms and legs and chased him miserably. At the thought of this, Chu Feng smiled in greeting. He waved at Ingwudi as he swooped down through the dense primeval forest with a happy smile all over his face. After that, Chu Feng saw that his brother-in-law was even more excited. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was making ho-ho sounds. His 7 apertures were spitting out flames as his emotions fluctuated abnormally violently. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. This brother-in-law's mental endurance was too lacking. Wasn't he just being chased for a few days? What's a big deal? Chu Feng really wanted to say that he had to face setbacks and hardships with a smile. Only then could he be considered strong enough and a qualified successor of a great clan. Of course, he couldn't say these words. He then waved at Ingwudi with an increasingly brilliant smile. That meant, you can rest assured when I handle things. Roar. Ingwudi howled. He was simply going crazy. What did he see? That human trafficker was waving at him again and again in such an ostentatious manner. This was an undisguised provocation. Cough. He panted violently and coughed loudly. He spat out a mouthful of soul blood because he was truly infuriated. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He was truly a tyrant. Was he flaunting his prowess in front of him? He snatched his older sister and still had this attitude. Brother, are you all right? Why did you spit blood? The silver-haired little Lolita asked in concern and incomparable anxiety. I'm so angry. He actually dared to be so arrogant. He seized our older sister and even dared to provoke me. Ingwudi spat out blood again with bloodshot eyes. Ing Xiao Xiao curled her lips and said, You still say you're not an older sister complex? Look at how angry you are. Moreover, isn't brother-in-law doing well? How is he being ostentatious? Ouch! Ingwudi clutched his chest and cried out in pain. He couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. Firstly, he was infuriated by Chu Feng. Secondly, he was stabbed by his younger sister. Once again, he brought up his sister Khan. Elder brother, don't scare me. Did someone heavily injure you and there's something wrong with your soul light? Don't be angry. Look, brother-in-law is helping you vent your anger. The silver-haired little Lolita pointed at the distant sky and indicated for Ingwudi to look into the distance. Puff! After Ingwu heard this, he almost rolled his eyes again. He coughed violently, and soul blood flowed out from his mouth. After that, he pointed into the distant sky. He was really going to kill someone. Finally, Chu Feng and his sister split up and chased after the small fish that had escaped, such as some archers. Ingwudi's breathing finally steadied a little. He sat in the middle of the woodland with bright red eyes as he looked at his younger sister with a look of deep hatred and resentment. "Brother, what's with that look? Why are you looking at me like that? You couldn't have been beaten silly by someone, right?" Xiao Xiao extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of him. "How many are these?" Ingwudi was so angry that he directly pushed her hand away. His expression was comparable to the black tortoise shell on Ouyang Feng's back as he said, "Let me ask you, why are you calling him brother-in-law?" From his point of view, the people of the quasi-immortal race were mighty and couldn't be subdued. When did they become so weak? This younger sister actually yielded and directly called that human trafficker brother-in-law. "Are you stupid? Elder sister has already dual cultivated with him. What else can I call him if not brother-in-law? What if he doesn't acknowledge it after eating clean? This is an established fact. He can't run away." The silver-haired little Lolita rolled her eyes over there and had a very foolish and naive look on her face. Ouch! Ingwudi clutched his chest again. He felt that he was about to have a heart attack. His heart hurt so badly that he couldn't bear it. Dual cultivation. These 2 words were too ear-piercing, and it made him cough up soul blood involuntarily. His complexion was snow white as he extended his finger to poke Xiao Xiao's lustrous forehead and said, "Recognizing a thief as your brother-in-law, you're really something. TSK, what nonsense are you talking about? Let me tell you, brother-in-law is very capable. He is not a thief. I feel that he is much more powerful than you. Really, if you don't believe me, you can go back and try. I feel that he can suppress you with one hand." Ingwudi's heart was pierced. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately shouted, "You're not my younger sister." The little Taoist had been watching from the side for a long time and reckoned that it was about time. He moved closer and said, "Little Yin Yang, this uncle of mine really has a great temper. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? No matter how good Jejia is, she's still someone else's." "Whose child? What did he mean? What did he mean? What did child know? Who taught him that?" Ingwudi's face darkened slightly as he lowered his head to look at this child. "Who is he?" Ingwudi asked. "Chu Feng's son." The silver-haired little Lolita answered absent-mindedly because her large eyes were glowing as she stared at the battle in the distant sky. "What did you say?" Ingwudi exploded. He was sure that he didn't hear wrongly. After that, he looked at this child seriously before looking at Chu Feng in the distance. In reality, the little Taoist had already said something about second mother and Little Yin Yang before. The main reason was that Ingwudi was too excited and his emotions were fluctuating violently, so he overlooked it. He picked up the little Taoist in one go and stared at him with divine radiance shooting out his eyes. "Uncle, dear uncle, you're hurting me," the little Taoist protested. "Dear uncle." Ingwudi's entire body was lit up again. He coughed violently before spitting out large mouthfuls of soul blood. This time, everything in front of his eyes turned black, and he was about to faint. Ingwudi's breathing was hurried as he asked Xiao Xiao with a pale face, "Our elder sisters?" The fusion of soul light and dual cultivation of the spirit body can give birth to such a little evildoer. On the other hand, the little Taoist had a very innocent look on his face as he blinked his large eyes and said, "Uncle, don't be so fierce." "Ouch, my heart hurts." Ingwudi cried out. The word uncle stabbed into the pit of his heart and almost made him collapse. He really couldn't take it anymore. This was his elder sister's child? The silver-haired little Lolita turned around and felt a little angry and hateful at the same time. She ruthlessly knocked the little Taoist's head and used quite a bit of strength. Whoosh! The little Taoist struggled free from Ingwudi's hands and jumped onto the ground to hide very far away. Xiao Xiao didn't chase after him either. Instead, she rolled her eyes at her brother and said, You're still saying you're not an elder sister complex? You're confused because you're concerned. Who have you seen dual cultivation of soul light give birth to a child? Then who is he? Ingwudi didn't give up and asked. Elder sister Qin Luoyin's child, Ing Xiaoxiao answered. At this moment, Ingwudi was petrified and felt that it was inconceivable. He turned around and looked at the saintess of Damung Pure Land who wasn't far away. This was the goddess in the hearts of the younger generation of every race in the universe. She was a sworn enemy of Chu Feng, yet she even had a child now. He found it hard to believe. Had this world gone mad, or had he gone mad? Qin Luoyin was rather embarrassed. She naturally knew what the other party was thinking. Damning Pure Land had sent out golden invitations to all the geniuses except for Chu Feng. Both parties could be said to be incompatible like fire and water. But now, she and Chu Feng actually had this kind of relationship. If this news were to spread back to the original universe, every race would be flabbergasted and their jaws would drop. Elder brother, stop thinking about it. The goddess even has a child, the silver-haired little Lolita mumbled. What nonsense are you spouting? Ingwudi wanted to beat him up. He finally knew why Ingwudi always liked to suppress his younger sister. This damn child was indeed asking for a beating. He had been choking his older brother from the beginning to the end. Chu Feng already has a child with Fairy Qin. Then he and our elder sister. When he spoke up to this point, Ingwudi's expression became increasingly unsightly. He felt suffocated, and in the end, he roared out, I want to kill this human trafficker. He bullies men and women, and now he actually dares to bully our quasi-saint race. How can my Ing family be a weakling? He dares to humiliate and forcibly take possession of my elder sister. I'll show him who's boss. Uncle, you're too violent. You have to calm down. The little Taoist fanned the flames. Right now, this fellow was hoping that Ingwudi would explode so that he could find trouble with his father. What he longed for the most now was to see his father in a terrible fix because he felt that Chu Feng's character was utterly bad and that he should receive all kinds of punishment. In short, the little Taoist held a grudge. He couldn't let it go for a while, even if it was his own father. Don't call me uncle. I'm not. Ingwudi was fretful. At the same time, 2 more streaks of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. But your elder sister is my second mother. What else can I call you if not uncle? The little Taoist blinked his large eyes. His gaze was incomparably pure as he said, Why don't we each do our own thing? I'll call you elder brother. Don't be angry, elder brother. Being angry is harmful to your body. You are really as bad as your father. Ingwudi glared at him. Elder brother-in-law, you're wrong about this. My father is indeed very bad. I have to admit that. For example, he forcefully snatched banished immortal's second mother as his wife, and I couldn't resist even if I wanted to. The little Taoist was really going to add to the chaos. He added, but I'm not bad. I'm kind-hearted. I'll tell you anything you ask me. Ouyang Feng's eyes stared blankly. This son of Chu Feng's was of the same bloodline as his old man. He wasn't a good person. After that, Ing Xiaoxiao rushed over and kicked the little Taoist. How could she not see that this fellow didn't have any good ideas? He was a typical example of fanning the flames. Of course, the silver-haired little Lolita also had her own little schemes. She wanted her brother to suffer a slight setback. Ingwudi rushed over and stopped Ing Xiaoxiao. He directly grabbed the little Taoist and said, All right, you're kind-hearted. Tell me everything. I don't dare. Little third mother is at the side. She'll hit me. The little Taoist looked at Ing Xiaoxiao with slanted eyes. Just this one sentence was enough. He didn't need to say anything else. Little third mother. Op. Ingwudi's vision turned black. He finally couldn't hold on any longer. He spat out blood and fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. At the same time, the silver-haired little Lolita kicked the little Taoist away and hurriedly went to support her brother. The battle in the distance had ended. Several hundred cavalrymen scattered in all directions. It was impossible to kill all of them, but Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian targeted the archers and killed almost all of them. But in the process of the 2 of them flying over here, a group of people gathered again in the distance. They concentrated everyone's power and launched an attack at them. This was an attack of blood chi and soul light. Bang! Those people counterattacked and wanted to kill them. The battle that had just ended erupted once again. Chu Feng and Ying Zhixian joined hands without the slightest hesitation. Their soul light blended together in an extremely natural manner, and 7 colored rays of light swept out right away. The group of attackers who took the risk to come back let out blood-curdling screams as they were all eliminated. The battle was completely over. After that, Chu Feng and Ying Zhixian came back across the sky. Their soul light linked together, and their might was tremendous. With a whoosh, their speed reached the limit, and they landed here in a split second. Elder sister. Ying Wudi was full of emotions because he felt that his elder sister had been forcefully snatched away by the great demon Chu Feng, so his heart was stifled. Yes. Ying Zhixian nodded very calmly. When Chu Feng saw him, he naturally greeted him enthusiastically. This was his younger brother-in-law, so he had to clear up the relationship well. They would be a family from now on. So he revealed a smile, but he didn't let go of Ying Zhixian's hand. He greeted his younger brother-in-law enthusiastically and said, "Wudi, are you all right?" After that, he saw Ying Wudi's eyes become increasingly red, and his breathing became hurried. "What's wrong? Are you seriously injured? Let me take a look." Chu Feng was very calm. He didn't treat himself as an outsider and accidentally called himself brother-in-law. Chapter 8:15. Chu Feng was gobsmacked. What was wrong with his brother-in-law? He was coughing out large mouthfuls of soul blood. His eyes were bright red, and his body was trembling. He couldn't have some hidden illness, could he? He was fully aware that the hidden injuries on an evolver's soul light were order scars that were the hardest to repair. "Wudi, don't be afraid. Don't worry. Let brother-in-law take a look and help you repair it," said Chu Feng as he walked forward. He didn't realize the source of the problem at all. What goddamn brother-in-law? After Ying Wudi heard his brother-in-law address himself like this, his body was about to swing. He swayed back and forth, and the finger he stretched out to point forward was trembling. Chu Feng was greatly alarmed. His brother-in-law's condition was even more serious than he imagined. His body was like a sieve, and his entire body was convulsing. His breathing became more and more hurried, and his eyes emitted scarlet rays of light. He couldn't have been secretly attacked by someone during the pursuit, and his origin was injured, right? Chu Feng attacked decisively. He was as fast as lightning as he immediately used the light of yin and yang to fix Ying Wudi in place. He then circled around him and observed him in detail. "There's killing intent," Chu Feng concluded. He believed that the order scars on Ying Wudi's soul light and the rising evil air was probably caused by his spirit being suppressed and damaged for being chased too miserably. He needed spiritual energy to purify it. Naturally, there was killing intent, but this was the awe-inspiring killing intent that immediately soared after Ying Wudi saw Chu Feng. At this moment, Ying Wudi's eyes were wide open and his entire body was trembling. He was beyond angry. He had been enduring patiently all along and wanted to wait for Chu Feng to approach before making a ruthless move. In the end, he didn't expect the other party to be more decisive and sinister than him. Ying Wudi hated Chu Feng to the core. In his eyes, not only did Chu Feng tyrannically snatch his sister, but he was also extremely sinister. Chu Feng had pretended to care about him just now to make him careless. Then, he suddenly attacked and fixed him in place. Ying Wudi's heart was filled with fire. If he had known earlier, he would have just made a move and risked his life against this human trafficker. In the end, he wanted to launch a sneak attack and compete in femininity, but he was actually countered by this demon who struck first to gain the upper hand. Chu Feng was suspicious. Why did this younger brother-in-law seem to be possessed? Even though he was sealed and his soul light couldn't move, Ying Wudi was still grinding his teeth over there. His soul is badly hurt, Chu Feng concluded solemnly. Ying Wudi was so angry that it was as if one Buddha had come into being and 2 Buddhas had ascended to heaven. Even his nose was spewing out white smoke. His spirit had indeed suffered serious damage, but wasn't all caused by you, the devil. But now, this human trafficker had exposed him in public. Was this a humiliation? Ingwudi felt grief and indignation. Right now, Ouyang Feng and the little Taoist had their eyes on their noses on their mouths, and their mouths on their hearts. Their appearances were solemn and dignified. They knew what was going on in their hearts, but they played dead and didn't say anything. They wouldn't tell Chu Feng the truth, even if they were beaten to death. It was rare for these two fellows to stand on the same side and keep their heads down as they watched the show with solemn expressions. Especially when they heard Chu Feng's diagnosis that the patient's soul was wounded, they cooperated very well with Chu Feng and revealed a grave expression. The silver-haired little Lolita was at a loss. Little calculations spun in her mind again and again, but she felt that it was fine as long as the time was right. Otherwise, her brother would definitely suffer internal injuries from holding it in. Brother-in-law, let go of my brother at once. He's fine. Puffed. Ingwudi stood there and couldn't budge, but he still spat out a mouthful of soul blood after he heard the words brother-in-law. There's a murderous aura. The evil tendencies in his heart are even heavier now. Chu Feng said solemnly. If you still don't let go of him, his murderous aura and evil tendencies are enough to burn the 9 heavens. Hurry up and don't talk nonsense. Let go of my brother. The silver-haired little Lolita rolled her eyes. Chu Feng had a solemn expression on his face as he said, "This won't do. He's in a very dangerous state right now. We have to seal him first and get rid of him afterwards. If not, I suspect that he won't recognize his own family and kill his own people." At this moment, Ouyang Feng suspected that Chu Feng couldn't have sensed something, right? Thus, he took the opportunity to play dumb and used this opportunity to take care of his brother-in-law. He was too familiar with Chu Feng and deeply understood his nature. After that, the more he watched, the more he felt that Chu Feng was tricking his brother-in-law. F***CK. How ruthless. Ouyang Feng was dumbstruck. At this moment, the little Taoist was also suspicious. He felt that this father was very treacherous. Perhaps he had already guessed everything and was deliberately tormenting him. The little Taoist was even more certain that this father of his was black-hearted and thick-skinned. He wasn't a good person. Under the silver-haired little Lolita's request, Chu Feng was still hesitating whether or not he should undo Ingwudi's restriction. He had a very serious and cautious look on his face. "Let go of Wudi," Ingzhishin said. Chu Feng naturally had no choice. He quickly made his move and released Ingwudi. "Great Demon Chu, I'll fight it out with you." The instant he regained his mobility, Ingwudi attacked at the first instance. He decisively blasted out 8 beams of light, which enveloped Chu Feng. Whoosh! However, Chu Feng's yin-yang light was even faster. It struck Ingwudi first and froze him in place. It was clear that he had long since made preparations and launched an attack in advance. "I'm your brother-in-law. We're family, so don't misunderstand," Chu Feng whispered as he explained to Ingwudi very seriously. Even Ingzhishin, who was always so calm and collected and didn't attach importance to anything, couldn't bear it anymore now. She rolled her eyes over there and warned Chu Feng not to speak recklessly. However, these words had a rather great destructive power towards Ingwudi. Was this demon going to emit a tyrannical aura? He was intimidating him in an undisguised manner. How preposterous! After that, the scene before his eyes turned black and a string of soul blood spurted out. At this moment, Ing Zhexian and Ing Xiaoxiao quickly went forward to help him treat his injuries and chased Chu Feng away. Ouyang Feng stuck his head out and glanced at the little Taoist. "Nephew eldest, let me test you with an algebra deduction question." Yes, this question is to verify how big the area of Ingwudi's psychological shadow is right now. Simple. The little Taoist was extremely calm as he curled his lips. They acted as if there was no one else around them as they sought confirmation and answers. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of soul blood in succession when he looked at my father from a distance. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of soul blood when he was communicating with my aunt. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of soul blood when he was talking to me in a friendly manner. Finally, he spat out another 3 mouthfuls of soul blood after talking to my father. From start to finish, he spat out a total of 11 mouthfuls of soul blood. 1 mouthful of soul blood for 1 ray of soul light. This means that he's missing 11 rays of soul light, so his heart will naturally be dim. This is the so-called shadow caused by the weakening of his soul light. After some calculations, the area of his shadow is... The little Taoist chattered as he calculated the exact area of Ingwudi's shadow in his heart. It didn't matter whether it was accurate or not, but it seemed to make a lot of sense. When Ingwudi heard this, he was really seething with anger from all 7 orifices. He couldn't hold back from spitting out a mouthful of soul blood. "Uncle, you're really not kind and honest. I just finished calculating, and you purposely spat out blood to change the original value. You even made me calculate it all over again." Ingwudi struggled as he wanted to go over and fight that father and son to the death. It was fine if Great Demon Chu bullied men and tyrannized women, but this son of his wasn't a good person either. He really wasn't a good person at all. Ouyang Feng slanted his eyes and looked at the little Taoist. He couldn't help but nod his head as he said, "There's no need to doubt that you're definitely Chu Feng's biological son. Even this lack of virtue is the same. Father, I'll tell you the real reason why Uncle hates you. He has an older sister complex and likes my second mother." The little Taoist opened his mouth and told Chu Feng the so-called truth. In a split second, divine light shot out from Chu Feng's eyes. He also felt a little dizzy. What kind of younger brother-in-law did he encounter? This was also possible. After that, he squeezed over right away. He was incomparably vigilant as he shielded Ing Zhexian and Ing Xiaoxiao behind him to carry out so-called protection. Ingwudi's face was frighteningly dark, and his entire body was spasming. His illustrious reputation was completely ruined by his younger sister and that little Taoist. He only had a good relationship with his older sister, so how did he have an older sister complex? He knew where the root of the illness was. He was usually rather gentle when he spoke to his older sister, but that Lolita younger sister worried him too much, so he often suppressed her. As a result, in Ing Xiaoxiao's eyes, this became the so-called older sister complex. The little Taoist had an indifferent expression on his face, but he opened his mouth again in secret and communicated with Ingwudi. "Uncle, as far as I know, you can actually call my father brother-in-law." Ingwudi's heart was pierced again, and he almost jumped up. This little Taoist had set him on fire. It was as if his entire body was burning and his soul light was boiling. After that, he saw Chu Feng make a decisive move. He grabbed that little Taoist in one go and gave his buttocks a ruthless slap. That was because Chu Feng saw the little Taoist's soul light flickering incessantly when he faced Ingwudi. He was definitely transmitting his voice in secret and definitely didn't have any good ideas. "You great devil, what right do you have to hit me?" The little Taoist was unconvinced. "I'm the great devil, and you're the little Taoist. As the saying goes, when the Taoist is 1 foot higher, the devil is 10. I should hit you." Chu Feng ruthlessly whipped him. "Oh my, what kind of shameful reason is this? Even if you're my father, I won't accept it." The little Taoist was indignant. "You're right. Just because I'm your father, and I'll whip you if I don't find you pleasing to the eye. Let's see if you still dare to fan the chilly wind and light up the will-o'-the-wisp." Chu Feng beat him up. "Dearest mother, are you going to do something or not? If you don't, I really can't help but defend myself." The little Taoist hugged his head and shouted. In the end, it was Qin Luoyin who went forward and pulled him away by the ear. When this place calmed down, Ingwudi looked at Chu Feng. He was still panting heavily, and his eyes were still slightly red. He couldn't do anything about it, because his first impression was the strongest, and he didn't have a good impression of this brother-in-law. Even though Ing Zhexian lectured him and explained clearly to him that there was no such thing as dual cultivation, that it was merely the connection of their souls, and that they cultivated together, and that Chu Feng wasn't his brother-in-law, he still refused to accept it and couldn't swallow his anger. Ing Zhexian warned him sternly that he wasn't allowed to clash with Chu Feng. Ingwudi could only suppress his gloominess. Then, this strange troop went on their way. Originally, Chu Feng still had divine beast blood here, but in view of Ing Wudi's performance, he didn't consume a single drop. Instead, he joined hands with Ing Zhexian and tried to use the wonderful seven treasures technique to help him temper his soul light, forcibly squeezing out yin qi for him. This kind of intense pain lasted for a very long time, and it continued throughout the journey. For a full 3 months, Ing Wudi's anguished wails could be heard incessantly. If it was divine beast blood, it would have ended in 2 or 3 days. However, Chu Feng glorified it by saying that he was tempering the Ying family's Qilin son and that he had to suffer the bitterness of bitterness so that he could become an outstanding person in the future. That was why he didn't give him divine beast blood. Uncle, did you see that? It was originally a matter of 2 or 3 days, but my father tormented you for a full 3 months, and this isn't over yet. I reckon that it'll take at least a year for your soul light to be completely refined into pure yang. No matter how heaven-defying the so-called wonderful seven treasures technique is, it still depends on the caster's cultivation. He's purposefully tempering and tormenting you. Chu Feng, your son said that you're tormenting me on purpose and suggested that I use a suitable opportunity to cause trouble for you. Oh my, uncle, you've learned your lesson. You're really shameless enough to frame me like this? There was no doubt that the little Taoist started to taste the bitter fruit after fanning the flames many times. He lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. Bang, bang, bang. He was ruthlessly beaten up by Chu Feng. Resign yourself to your fate. Who told you to call yourself the little Taoist and call him the great devil? Aren't you looking for trouble? The Taoist rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. The crux of the matter is that it's perfectly justified for a father to beat his son. Vicious Beast Plateau was really very big. Chu Feng and the others only approached the moon god city that was ruled by the moon goddess at the end of the 3rd month, because the little Taoist said that he had a secret technique that could see someone's body. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see any abnormalities within 3 months. The few of them wanted to sneak into the moon city like this, join the god system, and learn this god's special technique. However, on that day, Chu Feng felt depressed, and his heart was anxious and fearful. At the same time, the little Taoist also felt a wave of terror. His soul light flickered, and he was restless. Let's go. Chu Feng made a decision in the first instance. He joined hands with Ing Zhexian and unleashed the wonderful seven treasures technique. He brought everyone along and transformed into a multicolored ray of light that was gorgeous and divine. They swiftly disappeared from the depths of the forest and fled without a trace. They didn't dare to enter the moon god city. As evolvers, they believed in their intuition very much. That was a certain kind of awareness that surpassed normal perception. It was an ability that they might not necessarily be able to grasp even after a transition in the hierarchy of life. On that day, inside the moon god city, a treasured mirror soared into the sky and shone upon the wilderness. Within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers, all the birds and beasts of the land were shivering and prostrating themselves on the ground. In a split second, the true souls of all living creatures were fixed in place and could be seen clearly. Strange. Was it a sudden impulse? I didn't discover anything. A pleasant female voice came from the moon god city. It was as sweet-sounding as the sounds of nature. The moon goddess woke up from her closed-door cultivation and used her moon soul mirror at the first instance to see through all living things and investigate the area she ruled. Several days later, after Chu Feng and the others found out about the situation in the vicinity of the moon god city, they broke out in a cold sweat. It was truly thrilling. Even if they had the little Taoist secret technique and temporarily occupied a suitable corporeal body, it wasn't safe at all. That moon goddess was too powerful and could sense it from the unseen world. Gods can't be deceived. On that day, they came to this conclusion. It was really too difficult to deceive a god. The main reason was still that the disparity in strength between them was too great. Strange. We only wanted to learn the special technique. Logically speaking, we shouldn't be able to threaten a god. Why would we alarm her in advance? Ouyang Feng muttered. The significance of our trip this time is definitely extraordinary, especially since we have a major character who will shake the heavens and earth in the future. Perhaps she'll detect us in a flash of divine light when we get close to a god like this, said the little Taoist. After that, he put his hands behind his back and stuck out his chest with a proud look on his face. His meaning was very clear. He was the major character in the future because his existence had alarmed a god. Chu Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Yes, son. Work hard and become a supreme major character. I can also bask in your glory and become the father of a supreme major character." The little Taoist was discouraged. He had a strong urge to reincarnate again and get rid of this bastard of father. That was because he felt that no matter how great his achievements were, a large part of them would be taken away by this thick-skinned person. Just the fact that he considered himself his father made his heart feel stifled. Half a year later, not only did Chu Feng and the others walk out of Vicious Beast Plateau, they also left the wasteland in the periphery and approached the Primal Chaos Zone. They went to look for that millstone because they wanted to see what the final path of the god of this world looked like. They found it very smoothly. This place couldn't be considered a dangerous place. Desolate hills and endless dried-up land were adjacent to the primal chaos. Primal chaos mist spread in front of them. In that misty land, a millstone was slowly turning and emitting an aura of the vicissitudes of time. Chu Feng's heart jumped. Other than the fact that it was smaller in scale, this was exactly the same as the millstone in the radiant city of death. "Can we pass through smoothly this time without bringing the stone box?" muttered Chu Feng. He really wanted to charge through the millstone and see where the god's path led to after that. One had to know that quite a few of the most powerful gods in this world would choose to walk this heavenly path once they reached their later years. It could be assumed that there would definitely be many traces of gods and good stuff on that path. Chu Feng wandered around. After that, he discovered that when he approached the millstone, there were a few patterns in his soul light that shone. They were sparkling and brilliant, and among them was a wisp of black light. Chapter 8:16. Before arriving here, there were no abnormalities on Chu Feng's body. But when he was still several kilometers away from the millstone, some patterns appeared on his body like glowing ripples. "Come down." Chu Feng grabbed the little Taoist. He had always been on guard against this son of his. He was always afraid that this little thing would attack him out of anger. Even though he had beaten this brat a few times, he was still extremely cautious. "Demon, you sneak attacked me and stole my black talisman paper. You even lied to me, saying you would return it. Now that you've been exposed, what else can you say?" The little Taoist questioned with red eyes. In truth, Chu Feng was also puzzled. He indeed hadn't used that black talisman paper. He had always kept it hidden in the starry sky, along with the stone box. Look carefully. Apart from the black light, there's also silver radiance, purple clouds, golden flames. Chu Feng explained to the little Taoist. "Amipa, boundless deity, you're indeed ruthless. How many sneak attacks did you receive to collect so many? Are you showing off to me?" The little Taoist was extremely angry. At the same time, he was also very surprised. He thought that Chu Feng had robbed many heaven-bestowed talents. They were all outstanding people with the potential to become celestial venerables, yet he had been intercepted. In addition, he was also very disdainful. This father of his was too shameless and lacking in morals. Chu Feng solemnly promised to the little Taoist that he had only robbed him and that he hadn't attacked anyone else. "Oh my, I'm the same as Uncle Woody. My heart hurts so badly that I'm going to vomit blood. How can I be so unlucky? You only robbed one person, so why did you have to target me? What's with your eyes? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The little Taoist seemed to be seething with anger. He couldn't stand it, even though the matter had passed. Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him and pondered carefully. Then he found out the reason. He had sat side by side with the clay idol in front of the reincarnation cave. He had once received the worship of the talisman paper and incense. At that time, there were rippling patterns that coiled around his wrist. It was a sparkling and mysterious pattern. Later on, He had used the diamond chakram to receive the talisman paper and incense for him. Now, it seemed that whether it was the diamond chakram or himself, they had both enjoyed the offerings like clay statues. The little Taoist's black talisman paper had also been ignited and offered as a sacrifice there, but Chu Feng had struck him down with a sneak attack. After snatching away the black talisman paper, he extinguished it again. Even though only a corner of it had been lit, it was still an offering. Chu Feng absorbed a wisp of black light. When he heard Chu Feng speak of this kind of secret, the little Taoist's expression flickered between clear and gloomy. When he looked at Chu Feng, apart from feeling suffocated in his heart, he was also somewhat speechless. This father of his was too good at tormenting people. He dared to go to the end of the reincarnation road to intercept him, but he still didn't die. He was really lucky. He found it a bit hard to understand. Even if it was the ancestor of a realm, a matchless great figure that dared to stir up trouble, they would still undoubtedly die. What right did this inexperienced and messy-looking father have? He seriously suspected that Chu Feng had a supreme treasure on him, moreover a supreme one that could intimidate everything. Otherwise, he felt that this father of his would have been crushed into dregs at the radiant city of Death's Millstone. How could he possibly run to the end of the reincarnation road to torment him? Father, look at the path that we evolvers walk. It's too dangerous, and we can easily die halfway. Even though you're in the prime of your life and still have a great golden age, you still have to be on guard. What if something unexpected happens? You should have made a will earlier. I'm your only son. What do you plan to leave me? Does our Chu family have any mysterious techniques or Tao weapons that can be passed down? Give me a hint in advance. The first half of what he said was still all right. Chu Feng was still nodding his head, but the latter half of what he said didn't sound right. He glared at him on the spot. This little bastard was asking for a beating. You dare curse your father? Crackle. Chu Feng immediately gave him a beating. No one at the side stopped him, and even Qin Luoyin didn't protect him. She just watched him get beaten up. Meanwhile, the silver-haired little Lolita, Ing Wudi, and Ouyang Feng even clapped their hands in delight. After Chu Feng gave him a beating, he pondered over it carefully. He reckoned that this son of his suspected and guessed that he had a treasure on him. You dare to deceive your father? Son, you're still inexperienced. Chu Feng warned. Ouyang Feng went forward and patted the little Taoist's shoulder. Eldest nephew, be more filial in the future. Otherwise, with father's efficiency, you'll have second mother and third mother now. Will fifth mother and Lu mother still be far away? You'll have a group of brothers and sisters with many competitors. The little Taoist said, Jun 2-0 son, get lost. F***CK. Ouyang Feng rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight. The few of them approached the front. The mist was hazy, and a millstone that had a diameter of 500 meters lay across the area. It was surrounded by primal chaos chi as it slowly rotated. They felt a sense of oppression when they were still some distance away. Behind them, the hills and the dry earth were devoid of life and gradually became hazy. They walked into the borderline of the primal chaos. The millstone was very large, and its stone material was rough. It slowly rotated in a very rhythmic manner. Not to mention them, even gods and demons would feel that they would be crushed into meat paste if they entered it. It's extremely dangerous. It's impossible for us to enter the millstone with our current evolutionary level, said Ing Zhixin. They didn't use their mutant technique many times during the past 6 months, especially Chu Feng and Ouyang Feng. They practically didn't use it at all. That was because, according to their understanding of the situation, if a person who had gone through 3 consecutive heavenly tribulations were to undergo another tribulation within a year, the lightning would be more than 10 times stronger. From a fatalistic point of view, this was a warning from the heavens. Continuous killings were against the harmony of heaven, and they had to receive destructive punishment. If Chu Feng had a corporeal body, he wouldn't be too afraid even if the heavenly tribulation became abnormally terrifying. But it was different now. He really didn't dare to risk his life if he only had a soul body. Blind arrogance could only be courting death. Qin Luoyin's graceful figure observed from here and said, There are bloodstains on the millstone. They haven't dried up even after so many years and are still emitting a lustrous red light. This should be the blood of a god. Where did these gods go in the end when they walked this path? Woody frowned as well. The gods of this world were rather miserable in their later years. When they were at their prime, they might reign supreme over the world, but their later years were too terrifying and they could only leave their hometowns. This was a divine path. There was no doubt that there was definitely something extraordinary on this path. The reason why they came here was because they wanted to experience it. "Father, are you going to enter the millstone and crush yourself?" asked the little Taoist. He really wanted to remind him to quickly make his will. In the end, Chu Feng cast him a sidelong glance, and he immediately shut his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything more. "Don't act recklessly," Ing Zhixian reminded Chu Feng. Ever since the few of them knew that Chu Feng had run to the reincarnation road to torment himself, they were deeply shocked by his stupidity. They were afraid that he was going to cause trouble again. Qin Luoyin in particular felt unnatural when she thought of the millstone, reincarnation, and purgatory. She glanced at the little Taoist and felt that place was too chaotic. The little Taoist opened his mouth and said, "In a certain sense, only my father can cross this life and death millstone. He once shamelessly enjoyed the offerings with the clay idol. There are a few talisman papers on him that can protect his soul and allow him to cross reincarnation safely." He felt that the millstone here was similar to the reincarnation millstone. Crossing this place could possibly be a new life and a whole new world. "You're just looking forward to me foolishly plunging in? You disobedient son." Chu Feng pulled him over and gave him a round slap as he gave him another fierce beating. Everyone was used to this. This pair of father and son were too unconventional. The son always wanted to cheat the father, but the Taoist was always a foot higher than the devil. The one who was injured was always the little Taoist. "Dearest mother, I want to bid farewell to you. I'm going to reincarnate once this father returns me the black talisman papers. I can't live like this anymore. It's fine if I call an enemy father, but I'm also getting beaten up every day. How can I, a celestial venerable, tolerate this?" The group of people sneered. They didn't have any sympathy. Only Qin Luoyin pulled his ear and gave him a good lecture. Chu Feng wandered around here and waited all along. He didn't barge in rashly because, according to their understanding of the situation, this millstone would occasionally stop rotating. It would be relatively safer that way. They kept watch here and waited for half a year. Calculating the time, they had already arrived in this world for around a year. Furthermore, Chu Feng, Ouyang Feng, and the others could use their mutant techniques without the slightest scruple now. They didn't need to worry about the punishment of the heavenly tribulation that was 10 times stronger. "I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm going to take a look." Chu Feng made this kind of decision. He knew that there wouldn't be any results even if he continued to wait. It was very difficult for even deities to wait for that kind of opportunity, so how could he happen upon it by chance? The silver-haired little Lolita's face was immediately filled with worry as she said, "Brother-in-law, don't go and commit suicide. Even if your son is unfilial, he won't go so far as to commit suicide. You just have to live well and let my sister bear you a child in the future." The little Taoist, hashtag yin, he was cursing. What did this have to do with him? Who didn't know what kind of person this father was? Why was he the one to be blamed? He wasn't going to take this blame. Ing Zhixian's face similarly darkened. She didn't show any mercy as she gave her younger sister a beating. She felt that it was necessary to discipline her. Otherwise, this younger sister of hers would be too outrageous. "Do you really want to go in and throw your life away?" Ing Wudi was doubtful as he looked at Chu Feng. From his point of view, this was no different from suicide. "Brother-in-law, let's forget our enmity," with a smile. "If something happens to me, in the future you—" Chu Feng said. Ing Wudi glared at him. This fellow was becoming more and more arrogant as he directly called him brother-in-law. He interrupted him hatefully and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go in peace and have a safe journey. I'll take good care of my sister." It didn't sound like auspicious words no matter how he listened. Chu Feng's teeth ached as he said, No, you misunderstood my meaning. What I want to say is that if something really happens to me, can you stay away from your sister in the future? Motherf asterisk her. Ingwoody was furious. This shameful person was indeed domineering and didn't have anything good to say. Chu Feng spoke earnestly as he said, an older sister complex is a kind of illness. You should go out and walk around more. You'll discover that there are too many beautiful things in this world. In short, if I can't return, don't revolve around your sister. Go as far away as you can. Disappear right now. Ingwoody wanted to hit someone. When did he become an older sister complex? Motherf asterisk her. He wanted a beating, shao up, and kick this demon to death even more. Brother, don't take the risk. Ouyang Feng was very worried. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Chu Feng consoled him. After that, he whispered to Qin Luoyin again. His words were sincere as he said that he had made her tired. At the same time, he reminded her that if there was something wrong with this child, she should strangle him as soon as possible. Hey, what are you saying? The little Taoist had been eavesdropping all along. He was anxious on the spot and couldn't be more hateful. Brat, I know your roots aren't ordinary. The few strongest ancient dynasties and sacred grounds in your realm will be annihilated. That's why I brought out a black talisman paper from the #1 forbidden area, yet I gave it to you. I think there must be a reason for it. Since you're extraordinary, protect your mother well. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he leaped into the stone millstone with a whoosh and barged in right away. He wanted to enter the path that gods walked in their later years. Creak, creak. Even though it was only a streak of soul light that flew in, the millstone let out a sound as though it was crushing a stiff object. In a split second, it covered Chu Feng there. Chu Feng. A few people shouted out loud. That was because they saw that Chu Feng's soul light seemed to have split into pieces. Father. The little Taoist screamed even more miserably as he tore his heart and lungs apart. But after a few streaks of light flickered on Chu Feng's body, his soul light reassembled and appeared once again. However, the crisis wasn't over yet. The stone millstone crushed down and officially started to rumble as it revolved. It was going to swallow him up completely. Chu Feng, you have to live. The others shouted. The little Taoist was even more heartbroken as he shouted. Father, you haven't made your will yet. Where's our family's heirloom? You unfilial son. Chu Feng was so angry that he almost rushed out of the millstone and turned around to give him another beating. Chapter 817. Chu Feng really wanted to rush back and give the little Taoist a ruthless beating. He was still a little touched just now when he heard his son's heart-wrenching cry behind him. But in the end, he was crying and telling him that he hadn't made a will yet. He really wanted to beat this son of his. An expanse of light sprinkled down and pulled Chu Feng inside. Two enormous millstones clamped him in the middle. Crack! He heard the sound of his soul splitting apart. It was really painful. This was the process of his spirit body being torn into pieces. Being torn apart while he was still alive was equivalent to being dismembered by 5 horses. He couldn't help but let out a loud cry. His soul light surged in a flash as it was unbearable. He complained inwardly that he would actually experience such a terrifying suffering if he didn't bring the stone box with him. He realized that the stone box was even more astonishing than he had imagined. It could block the stone reincarnation millstones, and even though that so-called talisman paper was mysterious and powerful, it was still lacking in maturity. But he wasn't too worried. His soul light was condensing and being forcefully gathered together by those talisman paper patterns in his body to resist the crushing force. However, the expressions of the people in the outside world changed. They heard Chu Feng's loud cry, and then there were no more signs of struggling. There was no longer any sound of him. Only the millstones were revolving and emitted an ancient intent that had experienced great changes. It had been like this since ancient times. Chu Feng, what happened to you? The people outside called out. Chu Feng already couldn't care about these things. His soul light flickered as it was crushed into pieces and reassembled again. His spiritual energy almost collapsed after dozens of times. This was the power of reincarnation, and also the might of the millstones. Even if you were a great hero, you would still be formatted here, and many things in your soul light would be obliterated. Chu Feng realized that this was similar to the stone millstones in the radiant city of death. Could it be that there was also a reincarnation path here? He sighed inwardly. How fortunate he was to possess the stone box back then. He wasn't afraid of this kind of obliterating force. Even the deities of this world will be crushed. This millstone is extremely terrifying. At the same time, he also gasped in admiration. The origins of the little Taoist and the other's talisman papers were shocking, and they could actually be used as reincarnation. He hadn't been formatted now and hadn't lost his memories. He was relying on the light of the talisman papers to resist this kind of terrifying energy. The world's experts joined hands, several ancient empires and the most powerful holy lands attacking the so-called #1 restricted region together. Only when these inheritances were completely wiped out did someone bring out a black talisman. As expected, it has a tremendous background, world-shaking mysteries, a terrifying embodiment. At the same time, Chu Feng noticed that the soul bell was unharmed. It had shrunk to the size of seed and was bobbing up and down in his soul light. He already had a premonition that the item in the stone box should be extraordinary as well. Now, it was proven to be as he had guessed. The so-called god-beating whip that he had seized from Luo Shurong of the Heavenly God Palace had already turned into dust and no longer existed. Chu Feng nodded to himself, knowing what to do. After he was crushed several dozen times, his spiritual energy and soul light collapsed and reappeared. He finally passed through the millstone and arrived in front of a door of light. Whoosh! He was sucked in and disappeared from this world. The door of light had a faint golden color and was very gentle. The passage inside wasn't long and was like a profound entrance. With a swoosh, Chu Feng rapidly broke away from this place and appeared into space. He had arrived at an indescribable land. Was this a brand new world? Chu Feng surveyed the distance. This world was a little misty and blurred his eyes. This is Yangqi. He was shocked. The so-called misty wasn't caused by mist, but rather by wisps of hot light that soared from the ground. That was a stretch of Yangqi that was evaporating. Here, Chu Feng felt a slight burning sensation in his soul body. This made him frown and sigh in his heart. Just as the little Taoist said, no matter if it was the vicious beast plateau or the universe the little Taoist was in, even if the Yangqi was very dense, it was still relative. At the very least, the Yangqi here was more abundant than on the vicious beast plateau. He associated this with the facts the little Taoist narrated again. The powerhouses of the Yang realm collectively called these worlds the Yin realm and simply didn't think that the universe on this side was related to the Yang realm. They were all netherworld soil. Looks like the Yang realm is even more terrifying than I imagined. Just how dense is the Yangqi there? Perhaps I would have turned into ashes if I went there in the past. Chu Feng guessed. He reckoned that the so-called Yang soul that he had refined now was only relative. As far as the eye could see, the ground was dry and withered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the great earth, and there was no sign of human habitation for hundreds and thousands of miles on the Scarlet Land. However, he didn't see the so-called reincarnation road. Golden light emerged in Chu Feng's eyes and condensed into two glaring golden runes in the end. Even if he didn't have a corporeal body, he could still use the fiery eyes to look far into the distance and observe this world. Yes, there's a lump of silver light. He discovered a special target and flew out with a whoosh. Moreover, he suspended the soul bell above his head to protect himself. The target he discovered was 80 miles away. It didn't take long for him to get close to it. This was a pool of silver blood, and there's also a corpse. To be exact, this was a mutilated corpse. Only a small part of the head was left, and less than a quarter of the body was left. It carried a decaying aura, and the surroundings were full of silver blood. A deity. Chu Feng's heart violently thumped. He felt that it was very likely that this was a deity who had died here and looked rather miserable. That was because only deities had a certain probability of passing through the millstone. This mutilated corpse and the silver blood were still emitting an aura that made his heart palpitate. It was very dangerous. But if it's a deity, his power is slightly small. I shouldn't be able to approach him given my level. Chu Feng was more or less a little suspicious. The evolution level of a deity was extremely profound. Chu Feng needed to look up to him at his current stage. Normally speaking, even if he died, his blood would be enough to cause the heavens to fall and the earth to split. Yes, he's already decayed. He was flabbergasted. He was currently in the soul light state, but he could actually smell a kind of special odor, just like his corporeal body. It carried a foul stench. It could be considered to be the odor of humus. Chu Feng understood. He had once smelled the odor of a holy medicine at the Bloody Mountain Peak at the periphery of Vicious Beast Plateau. Now, it seemed like some high-level items could emit the odor of a soul attribute. He's decayed, so his energy has plummeted. Even a deity's corpse can't threaten me. Chu Feng circled around this place in search of something useful. This was a deity's corpse. There was no need to think too much if he really left something behind. It would absolutely be very heaven-defying. Unfortunately, after going through the crushing of the stone millstone, even his body was shattered, let alone his self-defense weapon. Only a small half of his head was left, and he could see that this was a male. Why bother? Chu Feng sighed emotionally. Once a deity on Vicious Beast Plateau entered his later years, there wouldn't be a good scene. This person risked his life to escape and wanted to find a solution, but he still died in the end. Moreover, he was extremely miserable. Rather than that, he might as well bury himself on Vicious Beast Plateau. Chu Feng tried to stretch out a wisp of soul light to touch the silver blood on the ground. As a result, a tearing sound rang out. That wisp of soul light was entangled by a mass of gray mist and rapidly disintegrated. He sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. Sure enough, it was strange. After this deity died here, regardless of whether it was his corporeal body or blood, they all emitted a rotten odor. Abnormalities had clearly occurred. Right now, this wasn't a divine object, but rather a strange substance. Chu Feng probed it many times and separated out the weakest wisp of soul light every time. But the result was always the same. Regardless of whether it was his corporeal body or blood, they all contained a dense gray mist that would be emitted and possessed an intense corrosive nature. There were originally many divinity granules that might even contain ancestral Taoist matter that once belonged to a deity. Naturally, their levels were unimaginably high. But in his later years, just like the deities of the past, a calamity descended and he underwent mutation. His divinity was extinguished and he was entangled by a strange energy leading to this. Chu Feng was afraid. According to the theory of karma, deities had used a special technique to refine other living beings in the past to evolve, which was against the harmony of the heavens. In his later years, there would be too many strange substances in his body, and it wouldn't be surprising if gods and ghosts appeared. And according to the theory of evolution, because this deity's body absorbed the divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter of other living beings back then, they gradually collapsed and scattered when they reached their later years. They no longer fused into one body, but instead violently surged and an indescribable bioelectric reaction occurred, leading to a mutation. All in all, he doesn't have a divine body now, but a strange body. I can't provoke him. Chu Feng was on guard. He was fortunate enough to see a deity in his later years. All in all, as a deity of a realm, this kind of way of dying was somewhat lamentable and too miserable. He didn't even have someone to send him off or bury him. Even if he was extremely glorious when he was alive and the entire world was praising his name, it was really somewhat pitiful for him to decline and be so miserable after his death. The earth was dry and hard, and strand after strand of yang qi was emitted. This world was deathly silent. There were no plants or any other living beings. Chu Feng set off again. Not long after, he saw another mutilated corpse. This was a woman. Even though her hair was snow white, Half of her pretty face was still very moving. Unfortunately, this female deity also died very miserably. Only a small half of her remaining body was tattered, and there were obvious traces of being crushed by a millstone. In the end, she died here. There was some blue blood all around her, and this was also divine blood. Chu Feng did a simple probe. Sure enough, gray mist also rose from this corpse and blood that had a slightly rotting smell. It could corrode soul light and carried a large amount of strange energy matter. It's a pity that the goddess of a generation died in such an undignified manner in the end. At this moment, Chu Feng was very rueful. Even if you were a great hero or a peerless beauty, once you died, you were nothing. There are glory and troughs in life, just like the ebb and flow of the tide. Seeing their end, I thought of my tomorrow. He sighed softly. For a moment, he thought of what it would be like if he reached the end of his lifespan one day and reached the end of his life. Perhaps, at that time, he would feel that everything that he cared about in his lifetime had lost its original meaning. The so-called glory was nothing more than a pile of ashes that were worthless after being burned and offered to his dead self. Soon after, he shook his head forcefully. He was thinking too much. He was still alive and full of youthful spirit. There was no need to be lethargic or think about the matters after his death. I'm still young. I'll just chase after the brilliance that belongs to me at this stage. Chu Feng muttered to himself. After that, he added another sentence very shamelessly and said, I'm only 14.5 years old. My little lotus has just revealed its sharp edges. Chu Feng set off once again. Not long after, he discovered 3 divine corpses in succession. There were male and female corpses, but all of them were in tatters. They were all dismembered corpses, and the state of their deaths was too horrible to look at. To be able to endure the crushing of the stone millstone, they're definitely among the strongest among the deities. Chu Feng had once deeply understood on the vicious beast plateau. Deities with ordinary strength would directly die at the millstone and simply wouldn't be able to come over. Throughout the endless years, it was very hard to say just how many generations of deities had appeared on the vicious beast plateau and how many people had walked on this path. At the same time, he thought of the little Taoist's black talisman paper that could protect his soul light. Didn't that mean that the talisman paper that was brought out from the so-called number 1 forbidden zone was incomparably astonishing? Not even a blade of grass grew on the desolate land. Yang Qi gurgled and surged like spring water bubbling up from underground as it evaporated. All of a sudden, Chu Feng discovered an expanse of light that shone into the golden runes in his eyes, causing his fiery eyes to explode with light beams. A group of deities. He was very astonished because he saw at least a dozen or so deities in the stone forest area ahead. All of them blossomed with splendor as they collapsed on the ground respectively, and their blood was dazzling. He was a little emotional. Back then, when these deities left, did the so-called search for a way out turn into searching for a graveyard in the end? This world could simply be called a graveyard of deities, as it was a vast graveyard area of deities. After Chu Feng entered the stone forest, he was very pleasantly surprised this time. Astonishment was written all over his face, and he was so excited that he was jumping for joy. In the stone forest, some deities carved words on those huge rocks before they died. Some of them were their last words. Some were the words of their hearts when they were on their deathbed. And there were also special technique inheritances. After spending such a long time on the vicious beast plateau, Chu Feng and the others had already learned this world's language. Now it came in handy. These people belonged to different eras and weren't deities from the same era. Chu Feng roughly swept his eyes over them. There were at least 6 deities who had left behind special technique inheritances. All of them were unparalleled secret techniques from their respective glorious eras. Chu Feng was shocked. This was truly an unexpected harvest that violently impacted his mind. On the vicious beast plateau, he couldn't even obtain a marquee special technique, let alone a deity's special technique. Chapter 8:18. The yang energy in the stone forest was abundant. Strands of it rose from the ground and emerged from the cracks of the stones like a gentle flame. More than a dozen mutilated corpses of the gods lay between the rocks, stained with blood. Their deaths were quite miserable. Some were headless, some had less than a quarter of their bodies, and some were badly mutilated. Even if the divine blood was terrifying and blossoming with radiance, it couldn't change their miserable ending. Chu Feng looked carefully and observed them one by one. These people had partial armor on them, but they were all broken to the point of being useless. The metal armor pieces pierced into their flesh and were polluted by the gray mist. Where should I start? His eyes were burning as if there were raging flames jumping. He was too excited. How could he have expected to encounter the inheritance of the gods here? Moreover, it wasn't just one or two kinds, but as many as 6 kinds for him to choose from. No matter where this kind of thing was found, once it was made public, it would definitely cause a universal bloody storm. All the evolvers in the world would fight for it. Even the great sects with countless years of inheritance might all come out with masters. Because of the big fight, it would lead to decline, and even the immortal imperial family might be exterminated. Needless to say, if it was in the outside world, it would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Ghosts would cry and gods would howl. The whole land would be dyed red with blood, and the sky would be as beautiful as the sunset. Now, there was no one else present. Chu Feng was the only one who found it, so he could choose calmly. 6 secret books were carved on 6 different boulders. Although they were left before death, they were still vigorous and gentle. They could be called iron drawings and silver hooks. Let's start with the sun god's special technique. Chu Feng came to the side of a golden corpse. His mutilated head was full of blood, and half of his body was broken. A boulder beside him was densely engraved with the words of this world. The sun god was very conceited. Even before death, he still thought his special technique was #1 in the present age, and no one else could compare. Chu Feng looked again and realized that the reason he left this special technique was mainly because someone had left a mental cultivation method here before. Then, there were people who imitated him and left their own secret books to compare who was better and who was worse. The sun god was the 3rd person to leave his own secret method. He was very confident. Even in his later years, his situation was bleak, but he still showed his elegance in a high manner, thinking his special technique was the strongest. The 3 people behind him did the same. They left behind techniques to verify and compare. They belonged to different generations of evolvers and had never met each other before. However, the latecomers had all heard of the illustrious names left behind by the pioneers in history. Very good. Those who dare to leave behind secret manuals are all very confident. Their techniques are naturally very powerful. Chu Feng smiled happily. In an instant, the sun god's special technique was branded in his soul light. The number of words in this technique couldn't be considered many. It was as if a stretch of stars was glittering brightly in Chu Feng's soul light. It looked extremely gorgeous. He comprehended seriously and had an intuitive impression at the first moment. The sun god's special technique was very overbearing. It was strong and vigorous. When the special technique was activated in the fierce battle, it was like a burning sun, becoming the only one between heaven and earth, illuminating the world. The mutant technique was firm and ferocious. It could burn the opponent's divinity granules out of their bodies when they came into contact with each other in battle, directly refining them. However, it was limited in terms of combat skills and various wonderful techniques, causing Chu Feng to feel slightly regretful. This kind of secret manual mainly explained the special technique and explained how to absorb divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter. It was where the essence of this world's evolution lay. In the eyes of the gods of this world, the special technique was the strongest foundation. It was just like the breathing technique of a universe that Chu Feng was in. It could evolve into other things. When one's strength reached a certain level and the level of evolution was high, the other things would naturally be comprehended thoroughly. Just simply explaining the special technique was actually extremely profound. Some key points needed to be calmed down and deeply comprehended. There was no way to understand just by reading through it a few times. Mid-level special technique can generally absorb a dozen or so % of the praised divinity granules. The highest won't exceed 15%, Chu Feng muttered to himself. The special technique he currently grasped was at this level. It was a secret technique that was specially used by the elites in the army under the martial god system. High-level special techniques were already very rare. Normally, only evolvers with noble titles could come into contact with them, but they might not necessarily be complete. For example, Ling Weiho, who was at the quasi-saint level, could only come into contact with high-level special techniques, but there were more or less flaws. This kind of special technique could absorb up to 25% of the divinity granules in the praised body. Further up was the super special technique. This was a secret technique that could only be cultivated by the top-notch powerhouses on the vicious beast plateau, the heirs of gods and disciples. It could absorb 35% of the praised divinity granules. The final level was naturally the god-level special technique. It belonged exclusively to the gods and the successors they had determined. It was exceptionally powerful and could generally absorb 50% of the praised divinity granules. Moreover, the god-level special technique could even absorb ancestral Taoist matter. This kind of thing couldn't be seen or touched. It was exceptionally mysterious, but it truly existed. It was even more terrifying than the divinity granules. There were some rumors on the vicious beast plateau that said the god-level special technique could absorb 100% of the divinity granules, but now it seemed that it was only a legend in the end. Chu Feng clearly understood the secret. Even the gods couldn't cover the sky with one hand. They couldn't leave behind all the divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter of the opponents they killed. The sun god is indeed a genius. He's extremely impressive. Chu Feng sighed emotionally. According to the sun god's message, this kind of special technique of his could absorb about 60% of the praised divinity granules. As for the previous two gods, their efficiency was actually very high as well. They surpassed ordinary gods and could reach more than 55%. It was no wonder that they dared to be so confident and left behind secret manuscripts here when they were still alive. These weren't ordinary god-level evolvers who were challenging and showing disdain for their successors. In their later years, all kinds of signs of decline appeared and were rather bitter. Their former glory was gone forever, so they could only use this kind of method to compare who was weak and who was strong. It could also be considered another kind of divine war. Everyone, thank you, Chu Feng said softly. He memorized the 3 special techniques and walked to the next area. The person who dared to leave secret manuscripts behind the sun god was naturally ridiculously strong, and the ancient books were astonishing. As expected, this god's special technique could absorb 61% of the praised divinity granules. It was really rare. In the records on the vicious beast plateau, it wasn't necessarily possible for such a character to appear in many eras. Even though it was a bit higher than the sun god, it was hard to cross that small step and expand the space. That was because it was rather difficult after reaching 60%. It was like being obstructed by a huge mountain that was hard to surmount. The secret manuscripts left behind by the last 2 people were also very astonishing. One could reach 61% when absorbing divinity granules, while the other could attack 62%. Chu Feng's heart trembled. He only had a general understanding of this world system and couldn't be considered to have studied it in depth. However, he knew that these 6 mental cultivation methods were enough for him to run amok in the world. He could become a god if he cultivated step by step. Moreover, the divine position obtained this way would be extremely high. That was because, normally speaking, when a god-level special technique absorbed divinity granules, it would generally be around 50%. The few manuscripts that Chu Feng obtained now were all around 60%. Of course, the fundamental reason why a god-level special technique could look down on low-level, mid-level, high-level, and super-level special techniques was actually the absorption of ancestral Taoist matter. Unfortunately, Even the six gods didn't explain it in detail and didn't explain it in detail. Chu Feng guessed that the so-called ancestral Taoist matter could only be absorbed by a god-level special technique, but it was too unpredictable. It couldn't be seen or touched, so there was no way to quantify it concretely. The existence of ancestral Taoist matter wasn't a secret a long time ago, but people who cultivated other special techniques could only come into contact with it by chance. They simply couldn't absorb it on their own initiative. Therefore, the god-level special technique was extremely honorable and unattainable, making all evolvers envious. Without a doubt, once the 6 secret manuscripts here were leaked, it would certainly cause the world to resonate and give rise to great chaos. The heavens and the earth would be dyed red with blood, and all parties would fight with their lives on the line. So much so that the living gods on Vicious Beast Plateau weren't an exception. Gods also needed secret manuscripts to refer to and perfect their own techniques. They were even more thirsty than other people. After all, there were too few people on the same level as them. Moreover, they were on guard against each other, so it was very difficult to exchange techniques and communicate. Chu Feng memorized the 6 special techniques and felt that they were heavy. This thing made him excited, but it was also too scalding. As long as he casually threw one out, it could cause a great earthquake on Vicious Beast Plateau. He sat cross-legged and comprehended them attentively. His entire body was sparkling and translucent as he emitted a divine aura. After a day and a night, he opened his eyes. He could only be considered to have read through these 6 secret techniques and grasped the primordial profound meaning. That was because this god-level technique was too complicated and required a long time to comprehend. Even if it was at the initial stage, it was still stronger than the mid-level special technique he had obtained earlier. There were a total of more than a dozen gods. The others didn't leave behind any special techniques. Maybe they came relatively early because the gods didn't leave any techniques at that time, or maybe the latecomers believed that they couldn't compare to the 6 people's special techniques. Chu Feng got up and searched this area once more. He unexpectedly discovered an open area in the depths of the stone forest. It was densely packed with symbols that were as vast as a heavenly book. The characters were very small, but they completely occupied this spacious area. Other than that, there were also a few god corpses that had collapsed nearby. They were even more miserable. They were like lamps that had run out of oil, and their entire bodies were dim. They weren't as lustrous as the other god corpses, and the divinity in their blood had been consumed to the lowest point. What were they doing? Chu Feng walked closer and observed carefully. He discovered that this was suspected to be a terrifying deduction. He read it very seriously from beginning to end, but it was too difficult and profound. This was a god's theory, and it wasn't something someone his level could understand. During the deduction process, many god-level theorems had leaps and bounds, and it was difficult for ordinary people to understand. Chu Feng slowly tried to figure out. From beginning to end, he still hadn't finished reading it even after 2 days and 2 nights. It could be seen just how grand this god-level deduction project was. The entire area was extremely spacious, but it was densely packed with words. They were comparable to a sky full of stars, and one could imagine how complicated it was. This was the script of a god. It could be confirmed that these few gods were extremely powerful. Their later years were already abnormally miserable, but they were still so focused in the end. What were they deducing? This made Chu Feng's heart jump violently. He felt that this thing was super unusual. While reading, he saw a god fall behind a paragraph. His blood was lusterless and incomparably fishy. His physical body was split into pieces, and his bones were shattered into pieces. Chu Feng was scared. This was the legendary exhaustion of divinity. This made him even more curious. These gods were working so hard. What were they deducing at the final juncture? They actually forgot to eat and sleep, and even used up the last of their essence energy to continue. Then, he read for a day and a night. The few gods he met along the way were all in the same situation. They had all fallen halfway, deducing the most important time of their lives, and were like lamps that had run out of oil. Chu Feng was puzzled because these things were too profound, but he persevered. Finally, he read until the end. There was a deduction conclusion there. In addition, there were some notes. Chapter 819. There is also a preface before the conclusion. It was a very short line of words. You finally arrived. You'll see it in the end. Fate is broken by you, and the road ahead is yours to walk. Chu Feng was subdued by these words. What do they mean? This was a group of deities. Could it be that they could see the future and predict that he would appear here? Chu Feng was lost in thought, but he quickly came to realize that this was most likely a general statement. It wasn't targeted at him alone, but rather was narrated to all the deities in the future who were looking for a way out. He felt that he had frightened himself. So what if they were deities? How could they possibly predict that he would appear here? After that, he saw the main text. This was the final result of deduction from the words that covered the sky like a vast sky of stars that were engraved on the entire spacious and empty land. Break the cage of fate and break away from the predetermined fate. My life after death. Just this line of words made Chu Feng feel a heroic aura hit him in the face. He could imagine some things. In the process of carrying out grand deductions, some people paid a price just to find a path. Perhaps they were experimenting with their own lives, or it might involve other things. The words behind mentioned that they needed to experiment unceasingly in the process of deduction and consumed their primordial imprint. That was something branded in their soul light and couldn't be reincarnated after it was obliterated. Of course, they didn't know whether reincarnation truly existed. If it did, they were destined to have no chance because the primordial imprint in their soul light was completely destroyed and they couldn't be reincarnated anymore. Chu Feng's heartstrings trembled slightly. These deities were throwing caution to the wind. Their ending was bound to be miserable. However, he only knew about Purgatory, Radiant City of Death, and Reincarnation Road. These might be man-made arrangements. Chu Feng wasn't clear whether there was a natural reincarnation that transcended the world. Little 6 rays of time technique. Chu Feng looked down and clearly understood the results of these people's deductions. It was actually a mental technique. The ancestors had the 6 rays of time technique that could solve the problems of their later years. Sigh. Back then, the primogenitor was besieged and hunted by the Yang realm powerhouses, causing this technique to be lost. Our generation's mental technique is incomplete, and we can't completely refine the divinity granules and the even more terrifying ancestral Taoist matter. That's why there were strange changes and the bleak scene of our later years. Chu Feng's heart palpitated with fear and trepidation as he read carefully. He discovered that the Vicious Beast Plateau had a mutant technique called the 6 Rays of Time technique at the very beginning. It was complete and flawless, and there were no hidden dangers in cultivating this technique. It was just that it was lost later on, which caused the cultivators of this world to be miserable. In their later years, they were entangled by strange substances and ghosts, and their twilight years were miserable. These people were deducing, wanting to restore the 6 Rays of Time technique. It sounded like a lot of thinking, but it was actually just a kind of mutant technique. However, it was the ultimate one. According to the ancient god, there were no side effects. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was the person who cultivated this kind of special technique back then? His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he didn't have to worry about declining in his later years. One could imagine that this world couldn't be weak even if they didn't want to. They could definitely rise up powerfully. In the end, he was hunted down and killed by the powerhouses of the Yang realm. Chu Feng felt a chill in his heart. He had already faced the terror of the Yang realm head-on, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated it. The waters of the Yang realm were deeper than he had imagined. Even the primogenital-level figures of this world who had grasped the 6 Rays of Time technique were obliterated. It was too terrifying. He looked down. There was the main text and also annotations. Later on, the gods of this world joined forces and attacked the Yang realm again during an incomparably glorious period. They wanted to find the remains of the primogenitor, and obtain the 6 rays of time technique. Unfortunately, they failed. Everyone never returned, and all of them died in battle. In reality, this battle was exactly what young lady she had mentioned. The land of the fallen invaded the Yang realm on a large scale and once overturned a corner of the land. They massacred all the sections. In the end, a certain powerhouse came into being and led his disciples and friends to kill them all. Chu Feng didn't know what young lady she had mentioned, but from the records in front of him, he could imagine the determination and tragic end of that group of people back then. I reckon that the Yang realm is also somewhat afraid of the 6 rays of time technique and destroyed it as soon as possible. Chu Feng guessed the reason why the primogenital level figures of this world were hunted down. The deduction carried out by these gods was to restore the 6 rays of time technique. In reality, its principle wasn't very complicated. It required 6 kinds of the most perfect mutant techniques to effectively build up and combine them together to recreate the 6 rays of time technique. These people discovered the mutant techniques of the sun god and the others here and felt that they were already considered top-notch, so they tried to deduce them in hopes of recreating the flawless ancestral technique. The process of arranging them was rather frightening because the mutant technique required the activation of soul light, especially when 6 kinds were combined together. If there was a mistake, it would be extremely dreadful. Once there was the slightest mistake, the primordial imprint in the soul light would be consumed. In the end, they would die tragically and wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Therefore, the cost of this kind of deduction was too great. These gods used their lives to fill in the gaps every time they experimented, so their tragic end was already destined. Chu Feng saw 6 mutilated corpses here. In reality, according to the annotations here, there should have been 21 gods participating, but in the end, some people completely collapsed and didn't leave any substance behind. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. For the sake of deduction and experimentation, these gods really paid a huge price. And in the end, they only obtained a rough conclusion. There were still loopholes and flaws in it that awaited the later generations to perfect. They named it the little 6 rays of time technique. Chu Feng looked at it for a long time, but didn't dare to use it. Even though this deduction project was grand, the conclusion it obtained still had flaws. Chu Feng felt that he hadn't reached his later years yet, and still had a great time to spend. He didn't have the obligation to die for a just cause here, but he rather yearned for the description of the little 6 rays of time technique. Even though it had flaws, it was still very astonishing. It could rapidly capture divinity granules and smelt ancestral Daoist substances with an even higher efficiency. At the same time, it could directly temper the enemy in the process of a confrontation. The more they fought, the stronger they became. If they really wanted to unleash an extremely powerful attack, the enemy would wither and turn to flying ashes while the user would evolve in an instant and their strength would increase. Chu Feng felt that this was rather abnormal because this kind of cultivation technique was too bizarre. It could even be said that it made people feel terrified. It wasn't without reason that the earliest batch of people in this world were annihilated. This kind of method was too heaven-defying. He reckoned that even the heavens couldn't stand by and watch as it harmed the harmony of the world. Chu Feng didn't dare to use it. In the end, he could only silently note it down and research it if he had the opportunity in the future. After these people came to this brand new world, they couldn't really be just looking for a few suitable graveyards, right? Chu Feng didn't stop. He went on his way again to search for the next path. He wanted to see if there were any traces or valuable items left behind by other gods. He walked in the direction that these corpses of gods had headed in along the way and saw some glowing bloodstains in succession. They were all gods that had perished along the way. In the end, he approached the end point after 2,500 kilometers. This brand new world could only be considered a narrow space. After coming out from the stone millstone's light door, he approached the primal chaos region no more than 2,500 kilometers away. Bang! He saw lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the distance. He saw chaotic gales howling angrily. That was a world of laws. It was extremely terrifying, and that kind of divine might made Chu Feng horrified. He felt that this kind of might was enough to execute a god. This wasn't the chaotic chi, but the true thick and heavy primal chaos region. It was accompanied by the most primitive laws and order. Those lightning and storms were the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, and were flickering with symbols. It seems that this narrow space is just a crack between two large worlds. I've arrived at the true location of the universe's boundary wall. It was recorded in the ancient books that the great universe's boundary wall was abnormally terrifying. Thunderstorms were like waterfalls, and immortal light was like the sea. It could easily destroy heaven illuminators. If one didn't have the correct path and wanted to barge in forcefully, they would undoubtedly die. After that, Chu Feng saw a large expanse of blood here. There was silver, gold, blue. There were all kinds of gorgeous colors. They were all divine blood. There were even more fallen gods here. Chu Feng was shaken after a cursory glance. He saw at least hundreds of corpses lying in disarray in this area. He was speechless. Even gods could die in groups? But after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. Over the long years, there would be gods in every generation. With the accumulation of time like this, the number would definitely be enormous. Moreover, this definitely wasn't all. At the very least, many gods crossed the primal chaos and killed their way in without leaving their corpses outside. As the primal chaos surged and the laws of lightning appeared, Chu Feng could even see the broken bones and mutilated palms of gods in the thick primal chaos. They had been twisted into pieces. When the evolutionary civilization of a world came to an end and there was no way out, the outcome of these pathfinders was truly tragic. They were pioneers and also tribulation takers. Chu Feng was silent. He didn't know if the realm cosmos he was in would be like this in the end. That was because there seemed to be no way out without Yang Qi. Not counting those gods who walked into the primal chaos, there were hundreds of corpses that had died outside. Chu Feng searched carefully. He felt that there should be something more important here. After all, the dozens of gods in the stone forest had already given him a bountiful harvest, not to mention this final place. Even though Chu Feng had the pattern light of the talisman paper on him, he didn't plan to enter the primal chaos. He felt that it was courting death. The black talisman paper was suitable for the reincarnation path, but might not be suitable for the laws of lightning that could kill gods here. He discovered an abnormality. Hundreds of gods had roughly formed 2 circles and left behind a large expanse of traces. There was indeed a big treasure here. There were also deductions here. They were as complicated as the stars and occupied a large area. The gods of different eras had almost never met each other, but they continued to do the same thing. Chu Feng looked at the first place of deduction. This was a method of liberation proposed by the heavenly mystery goddess. After her deduction, she came up with a train of thought that was left for later generations to perfect. Retain the original imprint, condense the essence of one's body, cross the primal chaos, accept the baptism of the power left behind from the era of creation, cut off all the strange substances, and be liberated. This was the general idea, but it was too difficult to implement. It was very difficult to succeed. That was because the strange substances had completely fused with one's body and were inseparable. Unless one's body was destroyed, it couldn't be separated or washed away. The gods that came later supplemented and continued to perfect and deduce. In the end, they really found a path, and that was to use the body as a seed to wrap the power of the divine path and carry out some kind of nirvana. This wasn't a rebirth of oneself, but the rebirth of a god's position. However, this also left a chance of survival for oneself. When someone inherited the divine position, this god might have a chance to recover after many years. But when he read up to this point, Chu Feng's heart trembled. This was a method that many gods had thought of. They wanted to break away from the strange crisis at the end of the path of evolution and didn't want to have a miserable old age. But why did he feel that it was a little familiar? He thought of a place. Didn't there also have divine positions there? He continued reading, and sure enough, in the end, it mentioned traversing the primal chaos. If one was lucky enough to break through the realm wall, there would be a broken universe there. A broken universe in the primal chaos. Chu Feng came to a sudden realization. Then he was astonished. It was actually like this. In the universe he came from, there had always been all kinds of rumors about the broken universe in the primal chaos because the two worlds were adjacent and there were some passages. Not long ago, there was big news about the War God Palace coming into being in that broken universe. The appearance of a divine position caused a huge commotion, and countless evolvers went to fight over it. At this moment, Chu Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He was fearful in his heart. This was actually how the various divine positions in the broken universe in the primal chaos came about. Furthermore, it was rumored that throughout these endless years, there had been divine positions that came into being more than once. They were seized by the ancestors of some superpowers and created gods. A divine position isn't necessarily safe. Let's not talk about whether or not those gray substances have been completely cleansed. Just the fact that the original god still has a chance of resurrection is very terrifying. Chu Feng gasped in surprise. He didn't expect that the world Vicious Beast Plateau was and had such a connection with the world he was in as well as the broken universe. These worlds were adjacent to each other and weren't too far away. They all belonged to the netherworld. Chu Feng didn't want to imitate this kind of method of condensing the essence of blood, flesh, and soul light to create a divine position and transforming the body into a seed. He only silently noted it down and pondered over it in the future. Maybe he could research other things. After that, he went to the other side to look at an even grander deduction. There were even more divine corpses here. He revealed a delighted look. This was a continuation of the little 6 rays of time technique. It was a deduction that advanced a step further. Clearly, this group of gods had also gone through those things when they passed by the stone forest. Before they entered the primal chaos, some of them were too heavily injured and were already powerless to walk here. They couldn't continue on their journey anymore, so they deduced and developed that mutant technique here. There were several hundred divine corpses that could be seen alone. It could be assumed that there would be even more people participating. Chu Feng studied it attentively. It took him no less than a few days and nights to finish reading it. The conclusion that the gods here came to was comparatively more complete. At the very least, he could use it. This wouldn't cause him any harm. They didn't restore the little 6 rays of time technique. However, the little 6 rays of time technique deduced by the gods was already very impressive. It was comparatively more mature. At this moment, Chu Feng was excited and delighted. He began to try it out right away. He followed the prescribed order and divided his soul light into 6 pieces. Every piece bore a kind of mutant technique. Each of the 6 kinds of mutant techniques occupied a beam of soul light. After that, they were activated. In a split second, the 6 beams of soul light flipped over like the chanting of scriptures. They were like prayer wheels as they emitted a terrifying might. Unfortunately, there weren't any suitable test subjects here. There was no way to deprive them of divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter. Chu Feng didn't dare to use it on those divine corpses. The gray matter contained within them was too terrifying, and they didn't even have enough time to avoid it. According to the god's deduction, the little 6 rays of time technique could deprive 80% of the praised divinity granules. The amount of ancestral Taoist matter it could absorb would also increase by a large margin. In reality, the most powerful aspect of the god-level mutant technique was that it could absorb ancestral Taoist matter. This was the most fundamental difference between mid-grade, high-grade, and super mutant techniques. Unfortunately, even the little 6 rays of time technique deduced by the gods was still unable to quantify ancestral Taoist matter. It was unclear how much it could absorb at one time. Even the gods couldn't see or touch that thing. They could only sense its existence. According to the records, only when the true little 6 rays of time technique absorbed ancestral Taoist matter could it be quantified. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Feng operated the little 6 rays of time technique again and actually deprived a lot of yang qi. It entered his soul light and made him comfortably warm as it nourished his spiritual body. 6 pieces of soul light revolved like 6 kinds of sword lights rising up together. It was also like a prayer wheel revolving. It was very mysterious and filled the air with very terrifying spiritual energy waves. I can't call it the little 6 rays of time technique. Otherwise, those people on the Vicious Beast Plateau will immediately know what's going on once I shout it out. Moreover, if the powerhouses of the Yang realm find out by any chance, they'll definitely annihilate me once I meet them. Chu Feng decided to change its name. He walked around here and discovered that many gods left behind their last words before they died. Some were sighing about the cruelty of the world and that their evolutionary path had already been severed. Some people were swearing that if they had a next life, they would definitely plan their cultivation path anew. They would break their fate and charge into the Yang realm to demand an explanation. There were also many gods who were reminiscing about the past like mortals. They regretted missing out on a few important people in their lives. There were lovers who died early, childhood sweethearts who didn't have enough time to walk together, and friends who were made in hardship. It was a pity that after they became gods, those people had long since died before them. At the same time, Chu Feng noticed that these gods believed in the theory of fate more and more in their later years. They began to doubt the so-called evolution. The amount of joy and laughter in the early years will be the amount of sorrow and tears in the later years. I was free and easy when I was young, but I experienced great sorrow in my later years. I was all alone when I looked up and scene after scene of tragedy played out in my heart. Chu Feng was stunned. Why were these gods like ordinary people? In the end, they actually passed away with sorrow. They didn't seem like gods who were aloof, cold, and emotionless. In the end, he thought about it and looked at the messages left behind by these gods. He immediately gave the little 6 rays of time technique a new name. This feeling can wait to become remembrance. That was because he felt that this was somewhat similar to the feelings of many people among the gods. It was just that if other people were to know about this, they would probably be speechless. If Ouyang Feng was here, he would definitely shout, "What kind of freaking artistic conception name is this?" It's just that I was already at a loss back then. That's not right. I have to go back. Chu Feng woke up with a start. He suddenly realized an incomparably serious problem. How many days and nights had he stayed in this world? How many years had passed on the Vicious Beast Plateau? Oh no! He wished he could grow a pair of wings and directly teleport back. Chapter 820. Chu Feng was really anxious now. He was fretful in his heart because the flow of time in Vicious Beast Plateau was different from the outside world. It was abnormally terrifying. I hope Damning Pure Land made a mistake in their calculations. He prayed like this. Otherwise, there would be great trouble. One night in Damning Pure Land was equivalent to 100 years on Vicious Beast Plateau. What kind of concept was this? He had stayed in the outside world for around 7 to 8 days. Could it be that 700 to 800 years had already passed on Vicious Beast Plateau? Chu Feng's face turned green. The most crucial thing was that, according to the deduction of this flow of time, regardless of whether Ing Zhixian, Qin Luoyin, and the others were alive or dead, they were definitely no longer on Vicious Beast Plateau. 7 or 8 days had passed, and the trial could definitely be considered to have ended. If the Damning Pure Land discovered that his corporeal body couldn't move, would they think that he was dead? If he was buried, that would be fine. But if he was directly ignited into sparks? As Chu Feng thought of this, his hair stood on end. If he didn't recover for a long time, his body would be no different from a corpse, and all sorts of things could happen to him. Calm down. You can't be impatient. 800 years have passed on the Vicious Beast Plateau, but 8 days have passed in Damning Pure Land. What should have happened has already happened. Chu Feng calmed himself down to avoid losing his sense of propriety. He had only been focused on comprehending the lesser 6 rays of time technique and hadn't carefully scoured this place. He was about to set off on his journey and wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to bring back some local specialties. However, other than the god corpses, there were still more god corpses. Furthermore, they all contained a strange gray substance. Could it be that he was going to bring back some corpses that had been contaminated? That would be unreasonable. Several hundred god corpses should have left something behind. The artifacts they carried with them might not have been completely destroyed. Chu Feng searched patiently. Broken armors, broken swords, broken bows, there were many things. They used to be divine weapons, but after being crushed by the millstone, they were more or less destroyed. They had long lost their spirituality. This was especially true for some of the artifacts. The gray matter was so dense that it didn't scatter and couldn't be taken away at all. Chu Feng really didn't dare to use his soul light to move the corpse. That gray substance was too dangerous, and even gods would suffer calamity. It was absolutely not something he could resist with his level of evolution. He used rocks and mud to turn over the corpse. Am I picking up corpses in a weird way? Unfortunately, after going through the grinding of the stone millstone, even the weapons refined by the deities were unrecognizable. It was already not bad to be able to bring back some broken weapons. Chi-Chi, the rocks were melting, and some of the god corpses were leaking a strange liquid that was very corrosive. Chu Feng used all kinds of rock tools to search more than 300 corpses, but he didn't find anything. The broken weapons were all wrapped in a gray substance, which was seriously corroded. Finally, after flipping through more than 400 corpses, he saw something strange. It was a misty object. Upon closer inspection, it was actually metal, but it was shrouded in mist. Moreover, when it was pulled out of the god corpse, it actually separated from the gray matter and wasn't completely entangled. This was a green skin gourd that was only the size of a thumb. It was extremely pocket-sized, and its entire body was green and lustrous. It carried rich, innate essence energy. This place was shrouded in deathly energy and thick with strange substances. A gourd actually possessed exuberant vitality. This was truly rare. Chu Feng dragged it to a safe place and sized it up carefully. His pupils involuntarily constricted as two golden runes appeared in his eyes. His fiery eyes shot out divine light as he stared at it. Primordial objects that grow in the chaos. Chu Feng was taken aback. He felt that this was very similar to the divine objects that grew from the innate spiritual roots mentioned in the ancient books. Some of these things were born before the heaven and earth. The green skin gourd was very small and didn't seem to have matured yet. However, it was shrouded in wisps of primordial chi and similarly rippled with rich, innate vitality. The more he looked, the more he found it to be similar in all aspects. It really did look like an innate gourd. This kind of thing could only be encountered and not sought. It was born in the chaos, but those places were usually densely packed with lightning runes and immortal light that formed a sea. Even gods would be killed if they entered. Of course, it didn't mean that one would definitely be able to find it in the chaos, let alone pluck it. In reality, there was no vitality in the chaos. It was vast and empty. If one didn't have great luck, they wouldn't be able to find a spiritual root, even if they searched for thousands of lifetimes. It's really an innate gourd? Chu Feng was excited. When he was in the underworld universe, he had always been reading all kinds of miscellaneous books about treasures. It had once mentioned that this kind of innate object was very difficult to find. However, he also noticed that there were fine cracks on this green skin gourd like a spider web. This made him feel rather regretful. He guessed that it had been crushed by the stone millstone. Chu Feng sighed. That stone millstone was too terrifying. That's not right either. It was struck by lightning before. Chu Feng discovered that there were some burn marks on the cracks. However, they weren't very obvious and could be easily overlooked. He sized it up and examined it carefully with his fiery eyes. In the end, he analyzed that the reason why this gourd was damaged was because it had just formed and hadn't matured yet. That was because it was too small. It was the size of a thumb, and its whole body was still green. Normally, it would either be glistening yellow or purple gold when it matured. It was recorded in ancient books. Back then, The supreme experts of the underworld universe had the fortune to see it, but they didn't dare to pluck it. They watched helplessly as the primordial crack closed and the innate spiritual root disappeared. Chu Feng looked at it for a long time. He felt that although this green-skinned gourd hadn't matured and had cracks, it could still be used. Moreover, it wasn't stained with gray matter. After that, he studied it carefully and cautiously. He discovered that this green-skinned gourd was indeed an unpolished jade. It hadn't even been refined before and was rather primitive. Normally, a matured innate spiritual gourd can contain vast seas and fill millions and millions of mountains. When it spurts out light, it can destroy planets. But it hasn't matured, so it definitely doesn't have this kind of power. Chu Feng pondered and controlled it carefully. He tried to collect all kinds of rocks and so on, and discovered that it could store a large amount of them inside. This meant that the space inside was very large. After that, he poured out the rocks and so on. After that, he tried to probe in a wisp of his weak soul light. In a split second, this wisp of spiritual energy turned into ashes in a flash and disappeared without a trace. Spirit refinement. His expression was grave as he tried again. In the end, another wisp of weak soul light disintegrated and disappeared at the mouth of the green-skinned gourd. This thing isn't ordinary. Chu Feng confirmed that this green-skinned gourd couldn't store living things. If one were to be placed inside, they would definitely die without a burial ground. He pondered that if he refined it properly, it might become a great killing weapon that could annihilate a person's soul light. He didn't have time to delay now. He was in a hurry to return, but he didn't know whether this thing could follow him back to Dammering Pure Land. After that, Chu Feng considered what local specialties he should bring back. He couldn't really store a gourd full of divine corpses. Should he give one to each of his acquaintances when the time came? He reckoned that he would be beaten to death. Forget it. There's nothing good, so don't expect me to give you a gift. I'll give you a divine special technique when the time comes. But he was a little unwilling to go back like this. Chu Feng felt around and finally fixed his eyes on the most dangerous thing, the strange gray fog. This kind of substance was even feared by the gods. In his later years, he was tormented by it until he hovered between life and death and was incomparably miserable. It didn't just involve gods and ghosts. It also involved misfortune and decay. But Chu Feng was also a little worried that he would burn himself if he played with fire. He was afraid that he would draw disaster upon himself. Whatever, the greenskin gourd is an innate divine item. I reckon it can store some of it. I'll bring it along first and think about it later. In case I run into some ignorant Juntua bastard, I'll reward you with a gourd. Soon after, Chu Feng's heart was in his throat as he carefully urged the green-skinned gourd to absorb the gray substance. He wasn't a collector, but he had to admit that it was easy to get addicted to absorbing some kind of extremely dangerous substance that was like a great killing weapon. He couldn't stop after urging the green-skinned gourd. A lot of gray mist could be seen rising in the surroundings and rapidly rushing into the mouth of the gourd. Gradually, the wind and clouds surged, and this place became a misty gray zone. This startled Chu Feng so much that he had no choice but to flee. He only came back to collect again after the place had calmed down. In the end, the several hundred divine corpses didn't emit much gray mist. He used the stopper on the greenskin gourd to seal this innate secret treasure. Home! Chu Feng was as fast as lightning as he sprinted along the path he came from. 5,000 kilometers was nothing to him. Back then, when he didn't know how to fly, he could just run wildly on his 2 feet for an hour, let alone now. But when he saw that door of light, Chu Feng was a little apprehensive. He reckoned it wouldn't be a problem for him to go back by himself. But wouldn't something happen to this greenskin gourd? After all, it had some cracks. If this thing were to explode, he would definitely lose his life. Let's give it a try first. With a whoosh, Chu Feng passed through the door of light. After that, he saw the millstone very quickly. He immediately threw the green-skinned gourd inside first. It didn't shatter. Chu Feng didn't dare to delay as he rushed in right after. After that, his entire body shone. That was the light of the patterns on the talisman paper. He found a green-skinned gourd and used the light of the talisman paper to protect it. Crack! Chu Feng felt intense pain in his divine soul. In the end, he still experienced the intense pain of being torn apart by 5 horses. His soul light was being torn apart, and he was disintegrating just like when he came. Fortunately, he couldn't die because he had the light of the talisman paper to protect him. He had to admit that the origin of the mysterious talisman paper he took out from the Forbidden Land was too astonishing. The light that overflowed from it back then could protect his soul light from being extinguished and could be reassembled. In a certain sense, the black talisman paper that the little Taoist brought out from the first Forbidden Land was even more powerful than the gods. At the very least, many gods had died here. Oh no! Chu Feng's face turned green. There were a few more cracks on this green-skin gourd, and they were even more concentrated. It was a little unable to endure being crushed by the millstone. You mustn't explode by all means. Chu Feng was scared and was prepared to throw it out at any time. If this thing were to explode by his side, he would simply die without a burial ground. Once that gray substance wrapped itself around one's body, it couldn't be erased. Even a god couldn't withstand it. There was no mishap along the way. Chu Feng broke away from the millstone and rushed out from this place. It was unknown how many times his soul light was torn apart, but it reassembled in the end. The green-skinned gourd was densely covered in cracks, and it made one's heart palpitate with fear and trepidation. In the end, it wasn't completely damaged. Could it be that 800 years have really passed? Chu Feng's heart trembled. As expected, there was no one outside. Ying Zhixian, Ouyang Feng, Qin Luoyin, and the silver-haired little Lolita were all gone. There was no need to think about it in detail. Too much time had passed, and they couldn't wait any longer. Chu Feng opened his fiery eyes and looked around his surroundings. All of a sudden, his eyes fixed on a certain place. It was precisely the place where the few of them stopped it back then. Chapter 8:21. Chu Feng, why aren't you back yet? This was Ouyang Feng's message. He seemed incomparably anxious, and his handwriting was somewhat sloppy. It's been 3 months. Father, can you still come back? You still haven't told me where our family's heirloom is. Why didn't you make a will in advance? Chu Feng wanted to slap the little Taoist to death when he saw this. He was truly an unfilial son. After that, he saw Ying Zhixian's message. Her literary talent was outstanding. She didn't say much, but she was rather spirited. Reading it made people feel at ease. The last line was wishing Chu Feng well. There were also words carved by Qin Luoyin. They were graceful and exquisite. Her words were reserved, but one could see her concern. Ying Xiaoxiao's message was purely wailing. The whole thing was shouting, such as, "Ah, brother-in-law, don't die. Brother-in-law, hurry up and come back to life. Brother-in-law, my sister is going to be a widow." Chu Feng wanted to hit someone when he saw this. He was living well, so why was this silver-haired Lolita howling for no reason? Moreover, her sister didn't seem to feel any discomfort from parting. At least, it wasn't reflected in Ying Zhixian's words. Chu Feng, rest in peace. Have a good journey. I'll take good care of my sister. This was Ying Wudi's message. Chu Feng's liver hurt. He really wanted to grab him and give him a beating. This brother-in-law didn't give up on killing him and his love for his sister. He really should be suppressed. Chu Feng was rather shocked by the following words. They were all left by the little Taoist alone. Father, it's been 10 years and you still haven't returned. Father, it seems like something bad has happened to you. 100 years have passed and you haven't returned. I hope you can rest in peace in the underworld. I've already advised Mother that this feeling can be left as a memory. Don't torment yourself and marry someone else. When he read the first half, Chu Feng's heart trembled. 100 years had passed. He wondered what they had experienced in this world. After that, his expression darkened when he read the second half. He wanted to grab the little Taoist and give him a beating. He actually advised his mother to marry someone else earlier. At the same time, he began to waver in his beliefs. It was no wonder that all the gods believed in the theory of predestination in the end. Perhaps there was indeed some basis to it. Otherwise, why would there be some sort of resonance when he had just renamed the lesser 6 rays of time technique? There was also a feeling that could be recalled. There was a little Taoist sanitation at the back. He told Chu Feng that ever since Chu Feng had disappeared, a strange change had occurred at the millstone. Rays of light had once overflowed the heavens. Apart from me, no one else can get close to this place. I guess it has something to do with the talisman paper. After all, I come into contact with it before, and I have its mysterious energy in my body. This was the message left behind by the little Taoist. Oh no, Father, we can't go back. There's no way to return to Damung Pure Land through the vortex in the sky. We're left in this world. The vortex has disappeared. The demonic ancestral cauldron has been crippled, and the other path has also been cut off. According to what the little Taoist said, the people of Mount Eternal had once come to this world and grasped a second path. However, that path was also broken in the end. The deities that originated from this world made a powerful move. After that, Chu Feng saw that there were messages on rocks one after another. They were all carved by the little Taoist alone. According to what he said, no one else had any way of getting close to this place. Father, we've stayed in this world for 150 years. We far exceeded the limit of 100 years. Everyone wants to leave, but we can't find a way out. Father, Ouyang Feng want me to tell you that he can raise your wife on his own. You don't need to worry. When Chu Feng saw this, he was seething with anger. He almost jumped up. What kind of disgraceful words was this disgraceful Ouyang Feng saying? After that, he saw the little Taoist sanitation. Ouyang Feng's literary talent is too poor. Actually, he only wanted to say that you should take good care of Father's wife and relatives. Don't think too much about it. Then why did you carve it out? Chu Feng wanted to beat up Ouyang Feng, and at the same time, he also wanted to beat up this son of his. Father, I want to cry. We really can't go back. It's been 200 years, and we can't find a way out. Mother Soul hair is no longer lustrous, and white hair has taken root. The lifespan of this world is extremely low. The amount of life is so little that it makes one's hair stand on end. When he saw these words, Chu Feng was startled in his heart. He recalled what he learned on the Vicious Beast Plateau. The people of this world used mutant techniques to evolve very quickly, but they also died very early. They weren't much better than ordinary people, especially when they would decline in their later years. All kinds of misfortune and terrifying misfortunes would happen to them. Father, they all said that after you jumped into the millstone and let out a blood-curdling screech, an accident actually happened to you. You might have died at that moment. I know this should be true. Now, when everyone mentions you, they're very sad and disappointed. Father, 230 years have passed. We really can't go back anymore. There's no way out to speak of. Furthermore, a group of our people died. I don't want to say their names because I'm afraid you'll be sad if you know in the underworld. They're all my uncles. They left. We still haven't become gods. Some of us were killed by that martial god bastard. Why hasn't that bastard died of old age? His chi and blood should be declining. Now, our situation is bleak. Father, it's been 260 years. Mother is completely old. She hasn't married and has been waiting for you all along. But you didn't come back in the end. She didn't wait until she saw you one last time. When he read up to this point, Chu Feng's lips and heart were trembling. Mother left very peacefully, but she wasn't happy all her life. In the early years, she was entangled with you in gratitude and grudges. Ever since she had me and met you again in this world, there was finally a turn for the better. It was possible for the two of you to continue walking together, but you disappeared. You most likely already died at the millstone. I know that even though Mother didn't say anything, she was very sad at the bottom of her heart. I once saw her silently gazing into the distance alone. When she faced the direction of the millstone alone, there were tears in her eyes. At the last moment of her life, apart from calling out the Damung Pure Land's name and missing her family and master, I also heard her softly chanting your name. Even though it was very faint and almost inaudible, I really heard it. Mother actually had you in her heart. Mother, she's gone forever. Father, I want to cry. I want to cry loudly. The whole world has turned gray. After reading up to this point, glistening tears appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Father, I'm here again. It's already been a year since Mother left, but I still can't help but miss her often. She passed away without a sound. I'll never forget her. In her last moments, she muttered and pulled my hand. She couldn't be at ease, and her gaze was always fixed in one direction. I know that her turbid eyes were looking at the coordinates of the millstone. She didn't see you return even until she died. There was bitterness, reluctance, regret, and misery in her heart. Mother, I don't want you to go. Chu Feng seemed to hear the little Taoist's heart-wrenching cries. He also seemed to see those regretful and bitter scenes of the past appear before his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was trembling and his eyes were sore. Tears silently slid down. Those people and those matters seemed to have happened just yesterday. I want to become a god. 100 years ago, among the group of uncles and aunties on Mount Eternal, there was originally someone who was about to become a god. However, an accident occurred and many uncles died. I absolutely won't allow this kind of thing to happen to me. I must become a god and destroy that old bastard, the martial god. Separated by the rocks, and through these words, Chu Feng seemed to be able to see the little Taoist's unstoppable determination. 270 years. On this day, Aunt Ingzhexian also left. Even at the last moment of her life, she was still very beautiful. It's just that her soul was as white as snow. I know that even though she didn't say anything, she also wanted to see you return at the last moment of her life. She wasn't purely rational, nor was she otherworldly indifferent. She was just overly reserved. Before she left, she didn't say anything and only stared blankly in a certain direction. Chu Feng's heart was sore. Sparkling and translucent tears silently flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Little Aunt is also old. When she saw her older sister off, she cried very sadly. She couldn't accept it. Uncle Wudi, Ouyang Feng, and the group of uncles from Mount Eternal have already passed away many years ago. I don't want to tell you in detail what happened. I'm afraid that you'll mourn in the underworld if you know about it. Chu Feng cried. His eyes were bloodshot when he saw these words. Tears flowed down, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar. In the end, little Aunt Ing Xiao Xiao also passed away. I was sad, but I couldn't cry because they left me one by one. My tears had already dried up after so many sorrows, and it was very difficult to shed them again. But my heart really hurt. This time, the entire world was quiet, and I was the only one left. I no longer had any worries. I'm going to become a god. 281 years, I became a god. I'm going to kill that old fart, the martial god, and flatten Vicious Beast Plateau. Father, if you're aware in the underworld, or if you're still alive, please bless me. I'll definitely succeed. Even if I die in battle, I'll drag that old bastard, the martial god. Father, it's 282 years now. Autumn, I've come here alive to offer sacrifices to you. I've killed the martial god and the witch god. I've flattened Vicious Beast Plateau and avenged those uncles. The process was very arduous. I don't want to say much. A man doesn't shed sorrowful tears even though he's bleeding. I feel that there's a huge problem with the mutant technique. I haven't even reached my later years, but some strange things have already started to happen to me. Father, I won't come here again for a very long time. I want to comprehend and research all kinds of mutant techniques to find a solution. It's been 500 years. Father, I've come to see you again. I'm also gradually getting old. The lifespan of a god isn't much either. The lifespan of the evolvers in this world is too short. Time doesn't wait for me. It's been 700 years. The fire of life is flickering. I've already stepped into my bleak twilight years. I don't have any heirs or children by my side. I've always been alone. You guys are all gone, and I'm the only one left. I don't have much time left. Many terrifying things have happened to me. I'm old now. My blood and chi have dried up, but I can still look down on the world with difficulty. Not a single person is my opponent, but I'm so lonely. I miss my mother, and I miss those uncles. I miss my aunt, Ouyang Feng, and the others too. When one reaches their later years, they'll always reminisce. They can't help but want to shed tears, but when they use their hands to wipe them, they discover that they've long since been unable to shed tears. Father, I don't have too many feelings for you. You didn't take care of me. It was Mother who raised me. I won't fuss about the old matter of you seizing my black talisman anymore. It's useless to fuss about it. I already have 1 foot in the grave, and a new god might appear. I'm about to die. Chu Feng stood there, his body trembling. He really couldn't endure it any longer. Soul tears hung on his face. Father, it's been 750 years. This should be the last time I come to see you in this life. My life is about to reach its end. All kinds of strange and misfortune have happened to me. A new god has already appeared and will devour me at any time. However, I don't want to walk the path of the millstone. I want to find a quiet place to end my own life. I really miss the days I spent with Mother and Little Aunt. Although there were joys and sorrows, sadness and regret, there was also warmth that was worth cherishing for a lifetime. Looking back on my life, I really was a failure. I had the qualifications to become an Empyrean, yet I was stranded in a foreign land and died in a foreign land. But I'm also very satisfied. Mother treated me very well. This kind of sincere affection is something I'll never forget. I don't know if there's an afterlife or if I can see them again. In these final moments, I can only look up to the heavens and sigh. In this life, I have many regrets. For example, Father and I, we were father and son, but we didn't have true fate. All right, speaking of this, I thought of an old matter. What is our Chu family's so-called family heirloom? This can also be considered a small knot in my heart. Now that I've thought of it, how laughable. Father, goodbye. Or perhaps I should say that I'll never see you again. This is the last words of your son, Chu Wuhan. Chu Feng stood there, his face covered with tears. Chu Wuhan, did he pass away without a trace? Chapter 822. Nearby, rocks and gravel were everywhere. The wind swept up the sand and dust, forming a whirlwind. Chu Feng stood there motionlessly. How could he accept this? This kind of grievous news was too cruel. In the end, he let out a loud cry and madly ran away like a wounded beast. This kind of cruel ending made his entire body tremble. Chu Feng let out a low roar and increased his speed, bringing about a violent gale that immediately sent sand and stones flying. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and left this area before arriving at the outer region. Chu Feng searched the wasteland. Whether it was from his emotions or from the harsh reality, he was unwilling to believe it. He wanted to get to the bottom of this and find out what was going on. There were living beings in the wasteland, but there were very few of them. However, Chu Feng quickly locked onto a 4-winged flying rhinoceros in the outer region with his keen and powerful divine senses. He rushed over in a split second. The 4-winged flying rhinoceros that was entirely golden in color was very vigilant. When it saw a human-shaped gale engulfing it with sand and stones, it let out a roar and spread its golden wings to rapidly soar into the sky. Whoosh! Chu Feng moved later, but arrived first and blocked its path. He pressed forward with one hand and immediately subdued it. Don't kill me. I'm very pitiful. My clansmen were all slaughtered, and I escaped to this place with a narrow escape. If I die, my clan will be exterminated, the 4-winged flying rhinoceros said with a trembling voice. This was a Cloud Eater realm creature, and its strength could already be considered pretty good. However, it was far inferior to the Chu Feng before their eyes. Chu Feng stared at it and concealed his sorrowful emotions. He said, "Let me ask you, is the martial god still on Vicious Beast Plateau?" Martial god? It's a very ancient name. This seems to be a god that died a long time ago. He should have been dead for several hundred years. The 4-winged flying rhinoceros replied cautiously while trembling with fear. When he heard this information, Chu Feng's body swayed, and he almost fell head first from midair. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. At first, he was still holding on to some hope and thought that the words carved on the stone tablet weren't real. However, when he came out to seek confirmation, he suffered a head-on blow. How he wished that the martial god was still alive, even if he was an enemy. If that god was still alive, he would be able to overturn his earlier speculations, and all the tragedies would not have happened. Now, a simple sentence from the golden flying rhinoceros had torn apart the hope in his heart, turning all his hopes to ashes, and he was overwhelmed with grief. Chu Feng's extended hand was trembling, and he no longer suppressed the golden rhinoceros. His soul light swayed as he said, "What era is it now? Have you heard of Chu Wuhan?" It's the 121st year of the Devil God calendar now. His Majesty the Devil God has been ruling the vicious beast plateau for over 100 years, answered the golden four-winged rhinoceros. At the same time, it was very scared, and its voice was slightly trembling as it said, Chu Wuhan should have been dead for more than 100 years. He was a god that was personally killed by the demonic god. In his later years, he died very miserably. In an instant, the divine light in Chu Feng's eyes erupted. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. After that, he roared toward the sky. He felt a pain that tore his heart and lungs apart. This is real. Everything is real. Earlier on, he was still telling himself that everything was an illusion and that everything was fake. It shouldn't be like this, and it couldn't be like this. But reality was cruel, and the truth was cruel. It made his heart bleed, and he was already about to go crazy. His son Chu Wuhan's last words appeared in front of his eyes again. They were actually so glaring. The little Taoist came to offer sacrifices to him for the last time, and he left behind his last words. Father, it's been 750 years. This should be the last time I come to see you in this lifetime. My life is about to reach its end. Father, goodbye. Or perhaps I should say that I'll never see you again like this. His son Chu Wuhan's last words. Chu Feng's eyes surged with tears unceasingly. He was thinking about those words and those messages. Chu Wuhan was already old at that time, and he knew that he was going to die. He was going to be replaced by a new god, and he was going to be killed. The demonic god killed Chu Wuhan, asked Chu Feng. His tone was very agitated, and his entire body was trembling. He was itching to tear apart the blue dome of heaven. He had seen those past events on the rocks. His son had once said that the strangeness and decay had already happened to him. After he entered his twilight years, his blood and chi had dried up, and he wanted to end his life on his own. He wanted to choose a place where no one was around to end his life. But in the end, Chu Wuhan was still killed and swallowed by that demonic god. Yes, the demonic god locked onto that old god whose strength had plummeted in advance and didn't allow him to escape. He attacked thunderously and killed him in front of an abyss. He refined all of his divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter on the spot. The flying rhinoceros's scalp went numb as he muttered. He didn't dare to look at Chu Feng. He was so scared that he almost went limp. Little Taoist, whispered Chu Feng. He really felt very pained. Even though this son of his had repeatedly opposed him, he was still his son in the end. Moreover, from the carvings on those rocks, Chu Wuhan was very affectionate, yet he actually died so miserably. What kind of god is Chu Wuhan? Asked Chu Feng while enduring his grief. He calls himself the Celestial Venerable and not a god. Everyone calls him the Celestial Venerable, answered the golden rhinoceros cautiously. Demonic god, I'm going to kill you and exterminate your entire clan. At this moment, Chu Feng was almost demonized. His eyes were incomparably deep and almost pitch black. The voice he let out wasn't very loud, but it was bone-piercingly cold as it invaded one's bones and soul. It was too painful. The little Taoist died very miserably. In the end, he couldn't even end his life on his own. He was targeted by the new god and was swallowed alive. My son, whispered Chu Feng. Then he suddenly faced the sky and roared loudly like a great demon king. I'm going to bathe this world in blood and exterminate the entire vicious beast plateau. You gods deserve to die. This kind of declaration and this kind of terrifying voice shook this region. The mountain rocks on the ground rolled and the soil cracked. The four-winged flying rhinoceros was so frightened that its entire body trembled. It immediately knelt down and said in a low voice, "Don't shout anymore. If someone hears it and His Majesty the demonic god finds out, we'll all die. We won't be able to live on." It was unknown how much time had passed before Chu Feng gradually calmed down. He descended to the ground with the golden rhinoceros and asked, "Have you heard of a woman called Qin Luoyin?" "I've heard of her. I think she's the celestial venerable's mother. She died very early." "What about Ing Zhixian?" "I've also heard of her. Back then, she and the celestial venerable's mother were called peerless beauties. Their names shook the world." Chu Feng casually asked. He listened to the old events of the past and thought of those people. Over 800 years had already passed in this world in the few days he had spent. He felt incomparably regretful and sad. Things remained the same, but people had changed. His heart was sorrowful. Chu Feng abandoned the four-winged flying rhinoceros and turned around to rush toward the Millstone region. He disappeared from the wasteland in a split second and passed through the hilly region before arriving at this quiet land again. As he stood in front of these rocks and looked at the words engraved with the wind and frost of time, Chu Feng found it difficult to control his emotions. His entire person was absent-minded, and his heart was truly in too much pain. Not long ago, he rushed out from this place. He was still doubtful and still had some hope. He wanted to prove that those things that happened were illusory and fake. However, reality was so cruel. After the scars were opened, it was bloody and even more painful. No matter what, Chu Feng found it hard to accept. It was too sudden, and he wasn't mentally prepared at all. The impact on him was really too great. Tears blurred his eyes. In a daze, those people's voices, faces, and smiling faces appeared before his eyes again. But they were all dead and had already passed away. This caused Chu Feng's heart to ache as though his heart had been scratched by the sharp claws of a large bird of prey. He was trembling, and his soul light violently undulated. It was flickering indeterminately. He wanted to roar and shout loudly between heaven and earth. How could it be like this? Those people and those things seemed to still be yesterday. But after a short separation, when he returned, the blue sea had already turned into mulberry fields. Things remained the same, but the people had changed. There wasn't a single person left. Even his son, who had always opposed him, had already perished. Furthermore, his ending was so miserable. He couldn't see them anymore. Once they parted, it was 800 years. It was a parting of death. Those people had thoroughly dissipated from this world. Chu Feng let out a low roar. Soon after, he roared loudly again, shaking this part of the world. After that, he raised his fist and smashed it towards the sky. He couldn't bear it any longer. He wished he could immediately kill his way to the vicious beast plateau and kill the demonic god. At the same time, he really wanted to kill the martial god with his own hands. But even this kind of enemy had died in the passage of time, and he couldn't see them anymore. Not a single one of you survived. Why has the vortex that returned to our own universe disappeared? Chu Feng's breathing was hurried. If that vortex still existed, these people could return even if they died. They could still reappear in their original universe. But now, once they died, they would truly disappear forever. He wouldn't be able to see them again in this lifetime. This kind of pain and this kind of gloomy and sorrowful feeling was hard to describe. Chu Feng let out a loud roar. He wanted to fight with people and kill until the end of time. He didn't want to be immersed in this kind of sorrow. His roar filled the entire world. It was like a lone wolf howling in grief and howling at the moon. In the end, he came back trembling and stood in front of these rocks where the engraved words were left behind. He used his hand to stroke them and carefully touched the words on the ice-cold rocks. It was as though he was stroking one fresh and lively face after another. Those people appeared before his eyes again. He didn't speak for a very long time. He was silent with soul tears hanging on his face. In the end, stone fragments swirled in the air. He engraved words on the bottom of every rock in response to the messages he left back then. Every single one of them condensed his heart's blood and contained his emotions. It was as though he was seeing those old friends again and was conversing with them. The cold, tranquil, and otherworldly Xian, the mischievous and eccentric silver-haired Lolita, his good brother Ouyang Feng, who always looked at people with slanted eyes, and Qin Luoyin, who was unhappy all her life and was looking in the direction of the millstone at the last moment of her life. Chu Feng was conversing with them as he engraved words on the rocks. He told them everything in his heart and communicated with them. He felt as though he had crossed over life and death and cut apart yin and yang to see them again. For a moment, tears filled Chu Feng's eyes as he felt great sorrow. He was really hurt and in great pain. He felt as though the entire world had withered up. There was no longer any joy or smiling faces, and the sky was dark. Stone fragments swirled in the air as he responded to those messages one by one. In the end, when he saw the little Taoist's handwriting and thought about how miserable his death was, Chu Feng felt stifled in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. He kept on engraving until the ground was covered in stone powder. It was as though he was conversing with father and son across time and space. He wrote down the family heirloom treasure that the little Taoist couldn't forget and had always been thinking about. He told him where it was hidden in the starry sky. All of a sudden, Chu Feng felt something peculiar. He spread out his divine senses and discovered a cloud and mist floating in the distant sky. Son, since you're so concerned about the treasure, it's useless even if I engrave it for you to see. You can't sense it in the underworld, so I'll burn it all for you. Chapter 823. The red magma glowed and emitted blazing heat energy. It roasted the nearby rocks and soil until they were all red. Chu Feng burned all of the rock engravings he had left for the little Taoist. The red liquid flowed all over the ground like molten iron gurgling forth and spreading across the ground. Son, slowly study them underground. This is our Chu family's most precious heirloom. It contains world-shocking secrets that even the powerhouses of the Yang realm would be envious of. Comprehend them well. After these words were spoken, it seemed as if some kind of emotion appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if someone was really listening nearby, and there seemed to be endless regret that was slowly dissipating. Child, look carefully, said Chu Feng. However, at this moment, a radiant light flashed through his eyes as he swept his gaze over the cloud and mist in the distance. The cloud in the sky was very agile as it floated into the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly moved. He rose from the ground and rushed high up into the sky. He arrived between the clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward as he attacked the cloud. Gee, caw, caw. A strange cry came from within the cloud and mist. It first sounded like a frightened chick crying out in alarm. Then, it sounded like a crow flapping its wings and crying out in panic. There was an eagle in the cloud and mist. Its entire body was golden without a single strand of discolored feathers. It was as if it was carved out of gold and carried a panicked expression. This was a young bird. It wasn't very big and was only about half a foot long. However, its breed was out of the ordinary. The blood energy around its body was actually very dense and far surpassed that of similar birds of prey. Uncle, don't kill me. I'm just passing by and saw that someone could actually approach the millstone. I was curious, so I peeped from afar. I don't have any evil intentions, and I don't dare to. This golden mutant bird let out a clear and obviously immature voice. It seemed that it was indeed a golden mutant eagle that hadn't matured yet as it continuously begged for mercy here. Chu Feng stared at it again and again. Then he grabbed it in his hand and swooped down to the ground with a whoosh. He stood on the hill outside the millstone area. Interesting. Chu Feng held this young bird in his hand and finally evaluated it like this. His expression was calm, and his eyes were very deep with a faint divine light. Uncle, I'm scared. Don't kill me, okay? The young bird begged, its voice tender and trembling. Its eyes were clear, but there was a hint of panic in them. It begged Chu Feng to be magnanimous and not kill it. Chu Feng smiled, and then suddenly stopped smiling. He flicked his finger on the young golden bird's head, causing it to scream miserably. A huge bump appeared on its head, and it swelled up on the spot. It hurts, it hurts. Chio, uncle, don't kill me, don't eat me. Huang is still young and hasn't grown up yet. His meat isn't tasty. Let me go, woo. This young bird had golden feathers, a tender voice, and a pitiful and delicate appearance. It was indeed very easy to move those with a heart of stone. However, Chu Feng was unmoved. He held the bird in his hand and didn't look sympathetic at all. Instead, he turned the bird around and examined its body. It's useless to act pitiful. Chu Feng wasn't moved. After a moment of careful examination, he used his yin and yang qi and turned into a beam of light. He rushed out of this area and arrived at the wasteland. Then, two beams of golden light shot out from his eyes. He used the fiery eyes to search for the four-winged rhinoceros, wanting to find it again. You're quite clever. You still want to escape. With a cold smile, Chu Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. It was as if he had teleported 5 kilometers away. Then, he moved again and disappeared from where he was. It was as if he had shrunk the earth to inches. The mountains and rivers were all under his feet. With a slight movement, the vast land would be pushed back. Boom! The sound of explosions and boiling energy rang out like thunder in this wasteland. It cut through the deathly silence and broke the tranquility. With a swoosh, Chu Feng appeared in front of the four-winged flying rhinoceros and stopped it. Senior, please spare me. I never had any intention of offending you. I was very respectful to you not long ago and answered all your questions. Why are you here again? This flying rhinoceros trembled and couldn't even speak fluently. It had a frightened look on its face. Chu Feng stretched out a hand and pressed down on its head. He directly pressed it down to the ground from midair and looked at it with a cold smile. Interesting. Both of you are golden and appeared in this area at the same time. You have similar interests. Senior, what do you mean? I don't understand. The flying rhinoceros was scared. Its eyes were flustered as it retreated continuously. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why do you want to escape? Chu Feng asked it. The four-winged flying rhinoceros answered. I saw that you were actually able to move freely in the millstone area when you displayed your might. Moreover, you once threatened to slaughter demonic gods and flatten the vicious beast plateau. I'm really afraid and want to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Chu Feng laughed and said, You have a reason and a basis, but you're so flustered and can't even speak fluently. Why are your thoughts still considered clear? You purposely show fear, but you're actually very calm, aren't you? No, I'm really very afraid. I'm worried that you're an existence that wants to slaughter a god. I'm afraid that I'll bring trouble upon myself, so I want to escape. The flying rhinoceros became more and more afraid. All right, you still want to deceive me. You're really capable. Speaking up to this point, black lines appeared on Chu Feng's forehead, and he said, This is the first time I've been tricked by someone in my entire life. Moreover, I was so miserable. Not long ago, my emotions fluctuated violently, and I was heartbroken. You guys are really capable. He thought of his mournful mood not long ago, as well as the appearance of glistening teardrops. He was dejected when he saw those carved words. Now, he really wanted to hit someone and go crazy. He knew that he had been tricked. Everything wasn't true. What kind of person was Chu Feng? The entire starry sky knew of his great reputation as a trafficker. He was addressed as Great Demon Chu by a group of saint children and goddesses. He could see through the truth if there was even the slightest flaw in this matter. Earlier, he was confused because of his concern. Now he was completely sober. Little Taoist, Chu Nan, Chu Wuhan, I'll beat you to death. Chu Feng flew into a rage and directly grabbed that young bird. Senior, why are you grabbing me? I'm so scared. The young golden bird was trembling with fear. Its voice was tender and had a terrified expression. Its pure, big, round eyes looked at Chu Feng, appearing incomparably pitiful. Little brat, your biggest flaw is that you shouldn't have come out too early. What kind of person am I, your father? My divine senses are so sharp that even the slightest movement in the wind can appear in my heart. You actually dare to hide in the clouds and peep. Do you think that you can hide from me just because you've grasped the supreme secret technique of your previous life? You're also confused because of your concern. You care too much about the family heirloom. There was anger on Chu Feng's face. After all, he had really been deceived at the very beginning and had fallen into a huge pit. Of course, the main reason was because he had a strong first impression and cared too much about those people. Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't eat me, okay? I'm really scared, the young golden bird wailed. Its voice was tender and weak. Its big eyes blinked, and it looked like it was about to cry. It looked at Chu Feng pitifully with a very innocent appearance. Senior, is there some misunderstanding here? We really don't understand. The four-winged, flying rhinoceros also opened its mouth. It was shivering with fear. Chu Feng kicked the flying rhinoceros away. He stared at the young golden bird and said, I admit that your previous life's secret technique is very impressive. It can almost deceive my fiery eyes. However, my fiery eyes still feel that you're a little abnormal. Even if I can't see anything for a moment, I can still feel that there's a problem with the soul light in your body. You transformed into a bird to deceive me. When he said this, Chu Feng started to ruthlessly knock the young golden bird's head. Ah, it hurts. Stop. Senior, you've mistaken me for someone else. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth and said, the most hateful thing is that you actually found a scapegoat, a bull scapegoat, to deceive me together with you. The more Chu Feng spoke, the angrier he got. After that, he slapped the flying rhinoceros's body. It also let out a blood-curdling screech and flew out with a half-kneeling posture. It was a scam from the beginning to the end. Now that I think about it carefully, there are many flaws in it. Chu Feng was so angry that he actually fell into the little Taoist trap. It made him fly into a rage out of humiliation. He said, you carved so many words on the rock. You put in so much effort and stirred up the true meaning. Everything you did was to pave the way. In the end, it was only to draw out the matter of the family heirloom. It seemed to be mentioned carelessly, but it's the main point. You deceiving brat, I'll beat you to death. Crackle. Chu Feng didn't say anything further. He started beating up that young golden bird right away. He really took care of it to his heart content. This young bird let out blood-curdling screeches unceasingly. It flapped its wings and rolled its eyes right away. It was about to stop breathing. Stop! Stop! The young golden bird cried out and said, everything is just your conjecture. You've wrongly accused me. Uncle, you can't treat a bird's life as grass. Mother asterisk her, your biological father has fallen to the position of uncle. I'll beat you to death. You won't give up until all hope is gone. You're asking for a beating. Chu Feng beat it up again. For a moment, golden feathers swirled about in the air. Ah, stop. What proof do you have? Don't kill a good bird for no reason. The young golden bird cried out. What proof do I even need? I had a feeling in my heart and came to a realization in an instant. It's enough as long as I detected a flaw. That's because I'm your father. I don't need proof. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he held it upside down and directly smacked it ruthlessly. Ayo! Great Demon Chu, stop. Father, stop. Don't blame me for being impolite if you hit me again. I'm going to resist. The young golden bird struggled and howled. The little Taoist didn't hide anymore because he felt that this father of his was too king uncouth. He didn't even bring any proof before grabbing him and beating him violently. If he continued to pretend, he would only suffer losses and be beaten for no reason. It was better for him to lay his cards on the table earlier. He also felt a bit of a headache encountering such a father. Not long ago, he was still immensely pleased with himself. His grand scheme of swindling his father was very heaven-defying, and everything was going very smoothly. In the end, the plot had reversed in such a short period of time. He was swindled instead and suffered such a fat beating. Chu Feng glared and panted heavily. After hearing the little Taoist admit it with his own ears, he really wanted to smack his buttocks into mush. This was really swindling in name and in reality. He was truly ashamed and resentful when he thought about how he had actually been tricked not long ago. This was the first time in his life, so he really wanted to violently beat this brat up. You're really something. You must have put in quite a bit of effort to carve words on the rock. You even created an atmosphere of great sorrow where the whole world was silent and the seas were turning into mulberry fields. You're really something. Also, you actually hired an ox for me to wait nearby. You got an ox to support you and formed a team to swindle your father. One ring after another, all linked together. When he said this, the more Chu Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. Crackling sounds rang out as he madly beat this young bird again. After that, he also captured that flying rhinoceros with a wave of his hand and beat it with all his might. This was a Mother of Asterisk King's support, but they actually cooperated very well. They even tricked Chu Feng and tricked him. This made him very unhappy and gave him a round of violent beatings. Stop beating me. My body is going to rot if you keep beating me. Father, old devil father, stop right now. Let's have a good talk. The little Taoist howled. He felt gloomy. He couldn't swindle his father, but now he had fallen into a pit instead. This round of beating really wasn't worth it. He was aching from head to toe as he grimaced in pain. The four-winged flying rhinoceros also wailed in grief as he loudly cried out for injustice. Senior, these things aren't related to me. It was the little Taoist who threatened and intimidated me into doing this. Moreover, he still has a wisp of soul light that enter my flesh. Those words were all said by him. The little Taoist shouted, "Stop beating me, father, you black-hearted devil." When you discovered that something was amiss, you immediately burned the secrets of the family heirloom into magma. I didn't King see anything, yet you're still beating me? You sly old fox, stop. I, your father, am only 14.5 years old. My talent hasn't even blossomed yet. My little lotus has just revealed its sharp horns. Yet you dare to say that I'm old? I'll beat you to death. Chu Feng continued to beat him without any hesitation. He punched the baby bird and kicked the rhinoceros as he vented his anger here. You'll be struck by lightning if you act young. I know your background. Even my biological mother has told me. The little Taoist was anxious as he said, "Father, stop. This baby bird is a spirit egg that I discovered with great difficulty. It hasn't been long since it hatched, but its flesh and blood are quite compatible with my divine soul. Don't break it." Chu Feng finally stopped because he felt that the little Taoist's soul light was very little. Something wasn't quite right. After that, the little Taoist revealed the truth under his interrogation. This was merely a wisp of soul light that he left behind and could be considered an incarnation. His true body's soul light wasn't here and was with Qin Luoyin and the others. The main reason he left behind a wisp of soul light was because he wanted to refine a useful corporeal body. At the same time, he was also swindling his father. Oh my, why are you hitting me again? Stop, father. We could be considered to be even this time, all right? You tricked me on the reincarnation road and snatched my black talisman paper. Now an eye for an eye. After you return my talisman paper, we won't owe each other anything anymore. Of course, you're still my biological father. The little Taoist admitted defeat because he was beaten until he almost didn't have any temper left. But Chu Feng was still in a bad mood. He found out from his brat's mouth that the little Taoist, this swindler, had really put a lot of thought into it. When he was carving the words on the rock, he deliberately made them old so that they looked like the traces of words that had been there for several hundred years. He spent all kinds of effort just to swindle him. How much time has passed now in the end? Asked Chu Feng. More than a year, answered the little Taoist. The flow of time in that narrow space that was over 2,500 kilometers long behind the millstone was different from Damering Pure Lands. Compared to the vicious Beast Plateau, it was equivalent to over a month in a day. At this moment, Chu Feng was still in a very bad mood. The main reason was because he was beating a clone of the little Taoist now, and it wasn't his true soul light at all. Lead the way, ordered Chu Feng. Where to? Asked the little Taoist. To find your true body, said Chu Feng. What do you want to do? The little Taoist had a guilty conscience and was a little scared. I'm naturally going to beat up the real you. Chu Feng felt that he had been cheated very miserably. He was actually tricked into shedding tears by this little Taoist. He felt that it was a little embarrassing. In the past, No one could torment him like this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Even his old face was red as he said, "Son, I'll beat you to death," said Chu Feng. Clearly, this was the preparation for his true body. The little Taoist clone shrunk his neck. He felt that the situation was far from reassuring and didn't want to lead the way at all. He didn't want his true body to be beaten up. "Father, as the saying goes, people who aren't family don't enter the same house. Don't you think that the two of us are very similar?" When Chu Feng heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. After tricking his own father, he still dared to say that the two of them were very similar. He directly grabbed the little Taoist's neck and forced him to lead the way. He wanted to beat someone up and beat that scourge to death. Chapter 824. Chu Feng admitted that the little Taoist was a talent. He almost tricked him and actually made him cry. He was truly gratified to have such an unfilial son. He couldn't get up. Chu Feng's cheeks burned as his son tormented him to the point of tears. He really wanted to beat this son of his until the very end. "Boundless deity, father, we have to talk. What you're doing is wrong. You didn't raise me, yet you beat me the moment we met. What's the matter?" I even hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately urge my mother to get married. "Unfilial son." Chu Feng beat him again. They returned to the millstone area. Chu Feng snatched the little Taoist's spatial bracelet and put away the rock on which the little Taoist had carved his words. "What are you doing?" The little Taoist was scared. "Didn't you describe all of this? You said your mother was still calling out damn Pure Land's name at the last moment of her life. She was also muttering my name. Let her take a look." "No!" The little Taoist jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. These were all things he had done by himself. He dragged those people to endorse him for no reason. If he were to be exposed now, he definitely wouldn't just be beaten by Chu Feng alone. He would be beaten up by Qin Luoyin, Ying Zhixian, and Ouyang Feng's group. That was because the things he wrote were too rippling. For example, in his description, Ying Zhixian's hair was as white as snow. She was deeply in love, but she had an introverted personality. She didn't say a word at the last moment and only stared blankly in a certain direction. Not bad. It's written very well. Chu Feng read it from beginning to end and nodded in satisfaction. He said it was very in line with Ying Zhixian's character. "Boundless deity, father, you're not kind. You want to borrow my power to provoke my mother and Fairy Ying. This won't do. I'm the scapegoat, and you're the one who's getting the benefits." The little Taoist was anxious. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this father of his was too shameless. He clearly wanted to provoke the fairy, but in the end, he didn't need to say much. It was enough to take out a few stone tablets, and he even seemed deep and steady. He stomped his feet. Why didn't he think of this? This was too deceitful. The little Taoist cried out, "Immeasurable deity! Father, you can't trick me like this. I'll be beaten to death. Let not talk about Ying Ernyang. Just that uncle alone would be jealous to death. He would skin me alive." "What did you say? The second son of the Ying family still hasn't given up on his sister?" Chu Feng asked. "That's right. I often celebrate there by myself. I say that you won't be coming back and that I wish you a safe journey. I'll burn joss paper for you on New Year's and other festivals." The little Taoist blinked his big eyes as he said this, shifting his hatred. "You mentioned Mount Eternal when you were carving the words. Did that group of people really come?" Chu Feng inquired. He was somewhat doubtful. "They really came. The ancestral demon cauldron opened up a path. This group of people are truly evil. We never thought that we would be able to meet them. Come to think of it, they're quite powerful. They've been accumulating food and haven't exposed themselves. Apart from us, no one else knows about them. However, according to the little Taoist narration, those people weren't truly content with their lot. At the very least, Yao Yao had once taken action and ransacked Ling Weiho's residence. She snatched away all the divine beast blood and moved away all the rare and precious items from the treasury. Ling Weiho almost went crazy. This was indeed an extraordinary shame and humiliation. He still didn't know who did it, and only suspected that it was a shameless battle general from the moon goddess side who had committed the crime. You've always been so low-key and didn't reveal your identity. Are you plotting something big? Do you want to illuminate the heavens here? Chu Feng suspected that Yao Yao wanted to risk her life and frantically improve herself. All right, why do you skim over Mount Eternal every time you mention it and don't talk about it in detail? Chu Feng was suspicious. The people from Mount Eternal were so powerful, especially Yao Yao, who dared to ransack their enemy Ling Weiho. Yet the little Taoist actually didn't mention it. They like to be low-key. Moreover, I don't like to talk about others behind their backs, the little Taoist said in all seriousness, but his expression was somewhat unnatural. Tell me, what's going on? Chu Feng asked him. The little Taoist was bashful as he narrated the hidden story. The first time they met, he could tell that Yao Yao was extraordinary. He immediately went forward to worm his way into her good graces and called her auntie. In the end, he was beaten up so badly that he couldn't take care of himself for half a month. Chu Feng was speechless. No wonder the little Taoist had a fearful expression and wasn't willing to mention Yao Yao. He was afraid of her because he was beaten up. The little Taoist was still unconvinced now and said, I gave her enough respect out of kindness and ranked her above Ying Zhixian's second mother. I respected her as auntie, but in the end, the more I talk, the more I cry. Are you stupid? Chu Feng educated his son and said, in the past, not only was her strength disdainful of all races, but she was also known as the #1 beauty under the starry skies. You called her Annie the moment you opened your mouth. Isn't this easy to cause misunderstandings? It's obvious that you're calling her old. You should call her dearest mother directly and call her Lord Mother. The little Taoist looked at him with a look of disdain and said, Father, I find that you're so shameless. You don't dare worm your way into her good graces, do you? You want me to explore, scout, help you pick up, and take the blame for you? Nonsense. Didn't I see that you suffered a loss? I'm seriously educating you. Chu Feng said righteously and repeatedly told the little Taoist that he might as well give it a try next time. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of myself for a month next time. As they left this place, Chu Feng asked the little Taoist about their experiences in the past year. This year, we've suffered. We've been chickens and ducks, drifting from place to place. We've experienced the helplessness and desolation of wasting half a lifetime. Speak human language. To put it simply, it was very miserable in the beginning. We were often hunted down and our souls hid in the bodies of roosters and wild ducks to take shelter to avoid the enemy. This was a common occurrence. We yearned for a beautiful life amidst the hardships and endured bitterly all the way. The little Taoist was smug. Chu Feng was so angry that he kicked him. The four-winged flying rhinoceros followed and was treated as a mount. It was very obedient and had long since been subdued by the little Taoist. Not long after, the little Taoist summoned a fiery red bird on the wasteland. Its feathers were bright and beautiful and very eye-catching. Without a doubt, this was also a support prepared for Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression was unkind, and he wanted to beat him up again. 10 days later, Chu Feng and the others approached the temporary resting place of Qin Luoyin, Ouyang Feng, and Ying Zhixian. It wasn't Vicious Beast Plateau, but this wasteland. Furthermore, this area was adjacent to the abyss. There were two most powerful forces in this world. One was the deities on Vicious Beast Plateau, and the other was the divine beasts in the abyss. Both parties often had conflicts. We've been very low-key recently and have been living in seclusion. We're in the cracks between the two great forces, the little Taoist introduced. The wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, and the area was vast. Taoist Jinlin, Buddhist Shi Hong, the winged godhead, the White Phoenix clan's young master, the golden heavenly spider, and a group of people like them are also active in this area. We can occasionally meet them. The little Taoist informed them that those who came from the same universe weren't having a good time. Now that a year had passed, many people had turned into a rain of light and returned to Damung Pure Land through the vortex. The rest were hiding and accumulating strength. Those who survived aren't simple. They might have connections with the divine beasts. So much so that some people used our world's breathing techniques and wonderful techniques to exchange for divine beast blood. Recently, we're preparing to move and won't stay here any longer. That's because Yao Yao's mother might be coming. We seriously suspect that she wants to loot the divine beast's offspring. This area will most likely be in chaos. Chu Feng was speechless when he heard this. According to what the little Taoist said, Yao Yao's current spiritual power was increasing rapidly. She had crossed 5 lightning tribulations in a row last time, and this had already tied the record of the deities of the past. Furthermore, this was under the circumstances that she didn't have a physical body. It was truly heaven-defying. Chu Feng frowned deeply when he heard this. He was now very fearful of the mutant technique, especially the little Taoist's rock carvings. It terrified him. Even though it was said that the little Taoist had directed and acted on his own, this youngster wasn't writing randomly. It was mixed with his worries, and the strange matter in his later years made the father and son duo tremble with fear. Even though what he had experienced not too long ago was just a farce, it still touched Chu Feng's soul. Even though he had obtained the little 6 rays of time technique, he was now hesitating whether or not he should continue practicing it. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "Now that everyone is practicing the mutant technique, their strength is increasing very quickly. Don't tell me that we're not afraid that those deities' terrifying later years will also happen to us?" "Yes, we're also worried. We've been very cautious this year and didn't really dare to use the mutant technique. According to our deductions, it's not a big problem to increase part of our strength here as long as we don't sink too deeply into it. In addition, we've been exploring the real situation of the abyss here this year. We're preparing to tell that my mother Yao Yao that if she's strong enough, she can take action and pluck the divine medicine. The divine medicine of this world was certainly incomparably heaven-defying because it was full of yang qi and its medicinal properties were firm and fierce. It wasn't a problem for it to surpass the divine medicine of the netherworld by a grade. But Yao Yao is operating the mutant technique so frantically. What will she do in the future?" Chu Feng was worried. He knew that Yao Yao wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible so that she could fight a heaven illuminator after returning to her own universe. There's a legend here in the abyss. Countless years ago, the supreme divine beast leader among the divine beasts left behind a lump of 9-colored blood that could baptize all gray matter. This legend moved the hearts of the gods of the vicious beast plateau. In the past, they had killed their way over many times, but to no avail. We've arrived. The journey was very smooth as they arrived at their destination. This place was a hilly area that wasn't very far from the Abyss region. Normally, very few people from the vicious beast plateau would come here. "Oh my, are you a human or a ghost?" They had just approached this region when a black swan jumped up. At first, it was still pretending to be elegant as it leisurely strode its swan steps, but now, the black feathers on its entire body were standing on end as it flapped its wings. It was rather excited after seeing Chu Feng. With this shout, the others also appeared. "Father, you've returned. Your complexion isn't bad. My mother misses you to death." The most active one was the little Taoist's true body, Soul Light. His face was full of smiles as he spoke corny words. He completely wanted to drag his mother into the water and divert the damage that could possibly cover the sky and cover the earth. He was rather guilty. When he saw Chu Feng return with his identity as the young golden bird, he stuck out his buttocks and was prepared to run away at any time. "Son, come here. Father misses you very much." Chu Feng ran forward. He was itching to pinch his true body immediately and beat it with all his might. "Father, wait a moment. I'll go and dig a great medicine for you. It grows in the back of the mountain. We'll meet again." The little Taoist was especially slippery as he turned around and ran. But with a whoosh, he was immediately fixed in place by Ing Zhexian's 5-color divine light. The little Taoist immediately cried out miserably, "Mother, save me." After that, Chu Feng went forward and opened his arms wide as he walked toward the Ing sisters and Qin Luing. Ing Woody was also there. Ingwudi's eyes emitted green light as he looked at him with an unkind expression. "Brother-in-law, please stand to the side." Chu Feng directly pushed him to the side without the slightest trace of politeness. Ingwudi, yin% and hashtag. He felt that he lacked a sense of existence. "Brother-in-law, you finally returned. We all thought that an accident had happened to you. My brother often burns Joss paper for you, saying that you'll be comfortable down there," said the silver-haired little Lolita. After that, she immediately leaped up and gave Chu Feng a passionate hug. At the side, Ingwudi's face immediately turned green. Wasn't an elder sister enough? His younger sister was also sticking to the great demon Chu Feng like this. This made his eyes shine with a glossy green light as he seethed with killing intent. "It's great to be able to see all of you," said Chu Feng, full of emotion. He was too emotional when he thought of the little Taoist carvings. At the very least, he experienced the parting of life and death at that moment, as well as the boundless sorrow, sentimentality, and regret. After that, he walked forward with a thick skin and wanted to give Zhaxian and Qin Luoyin a passionate hug too. The two girls cast sidelong glances at him and quickly retreated. Ingwudi cut the queue decisively and glared at him. "Hey, Chu Feng, you've forgotten your friends in the face of love. What good things did you bring back?" asked Ouyang Feng. "The things I brought back are too world-shaking, so we might not dare to cultivate them. However, I still have some small gift for all of you." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he took out rocks with words carved on them from his spatial bracelet. Furthermore, he took them out one by one and gave them to them in private so that they could communicate with each other. The little Taoist immediately let out a blood-curdling scream upon seeing this. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.